Afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us for today's Day Ahead Market Enhancements workshop. My name is Isabella Nicosia, representing ISO Stakeholder Affairs, and I'll be facilitating the web conference today. Before we get started, I just have a couple housekeeping slides to go through. So as a reminder, this call is being recorded. The recording is for informational and convenience purposes only. So any related transcription should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. If you do need technical assistance during the meeting today at any point, you can send a chat to the event producer. Our event producer today is Silas. We will be pausing for questions throughout the call today. So if you connected to audio through WebEx, you can raise your hand by selecting the raise hand icon located above the chat window. But if you did not connect to audio through WebEx and you dialed in separately, you'll need to press #2 and that will enter you into the queue. And then you can also send your chat or your question via the chat to all panelists, or you can send it directly to me. Again, my name is Isabella Nicosia. And then the materials that we'll be sharing during today's workshop will be available out on the initiative webpage shortly. And you can get to that page by going to Stay Informed on the KAISA website, and then you'll click Stakeholder or Policy Initiatives. That'll take you to our main landing page. And then that will be available on the initiative webpage. So the agenda for today, in just a moment, I'm going to hand it over to James Friedrich to go through the problem statement, efficiencies gained by an imbalanced product, and goals of DAME, as well as a high-level articulation of the nodal approach. And then after we hear from James, WPTF is going to give a presentation on the problem statement and EDAM considerations, as well as why to consider a zonal framework. And then we'll hear from Vistra on, again, the problem statement, efficiencies of downward products, as well as light benchmarking and a summary of the discussion at the FERC technical conference. And then lastly, the summary of a zonal proposal. And then we'll hear from WPTF once more before we conclude on a path forward and evaluation framework recommendations. And then we'll wrap up with some next steps. So this slide here just shows where we are currently at in the stakeholder process. So we're here under proposal development, right at the final proposal. These workshops will help us form some revisions if necessary. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to James Friedrich, and he will kick us off.
Thanks, Isabella. So first, before we get started, I do want to thank WPTF and Vistra for the opportunity to collaborate on this series of workshops and to for their willingness to come forward and create presentation materials is a ton of work, and we really appreciate that. We also have two potential other speakers at next Tuesday and Wednesday's workshops as well. And so we will look forward to hearing from them if we have the opportunity. So I wanted to sort of describe what the day one plan from the ISO's material will be. First we'll spend some time reviewing the problem and opportunity statements for day ahead market enhancements broadly, but more specifically for imbalance reserves, what issues we're trying to solve, what opportunities and benefits we're trying to achieve, and how they're connected to the EDAM as well. And then we're going to provide sort of a high-level articulation of the nodal approach that is put forth in the final proposal, discussion of the how the uncertainty requirements are calculated and why they're calculated the way they are, how the distribution of the uncertainty requirements work, and why they're done in that fashion, and then discuss a little bit about the deployment scenarios, how they work, and why we have them. And so essentially what we're trying to accomplish today is to make sure first that we're on the same page and as a stakeholder community about what problem and opportunities there are to solve and to potentially achieve with the imbalance reserve product. And we'll hear from WPTF and Vistra on that question as well. And then we wanted to just provide, a high-level summary of, why we went with the recommendation we did in terms of how the imbalance reserves are procured in the final proposal, and what led us to making that recommendation. So let's get into the next slide. So we'll start briefly with the problem statement, and this material is intended to be review for some, but for others that may be following DAME for the first time or following it more closely than you have before, might be a good refresher to review what we view as the problem statements for DAME. So, first to be said, our system becomes increasingly reliant on weather-sensitive resources such as solar and wind energy. The uncertainty and variability of net load the system needs to balance increases. So the way we think about the term uncertainty is sort of in a forecasting sense that you create some sort of forecast in the day-ahead time frame, and there's ranges of error in both directions for how the actual real-time load might look. And by having more weather-sensitive resources, you increase that band of uncertainty with which the real-time load may fall under. And then the term variability is intended to describe not so much uncertainty, but the quickness or the speed at which net load can change given system conditions, where if you have, your ramping periods become steeper and more prolonged, or with more ramp needed, you have quick changes in net load that you need to position the system to be able to accommodate. So a combination of the uncertainty and the variability creates extensive operational challenge and risk going into the real-time market. So that gets us into the second bullet, which is to say that, it is the job of both the real-time market itself and for grid operators operating in the real-time market to manage the balance of supply and demand under a growing range of possible outcomes. So the day-ahead market is, we're seeing that we need to prepare in day-ahead timeframe for the range of possible outcomes in the real-time market by, making some sort of day-ahead action. So if we can go to the next slide. The next slide comes from the final proposal and is essentially, a density plot by month, looking from October 2017 to July 2021 of the historical imbalance that materializes between the day-ahead and real-time markets. You can see that, there's quite a bit of variation, sort of a upper and lower bound of around plus or minus 4,000 megawatts. Sometimes the upper dips up into the 6,000, sometimes the lower dips down into the 6,000s, but it's really a really wide variety of outcomes that can happen. And it puts a lot of pressure in real time for the real time market to be able to, redispatch resources and manage congestion when system conditions are changing so frequently and so widely. In the sort of the impetus of trying to, procure additional flexible supply to be able to better meet these types of imbalances going into real time. Next slide, please. So now we understand sort of what the, operational challenges. We have wide variety of system conditions that are possible between day-ahead and real-time market runs. That what's been happening over the last several years is that system operators have been relying on out-of-market actions to reserve additional supply in the day-ahead market to manage this reliability risk. And the existence of persistent out-of-market actions in our mind signal there's a gap in our market design that should be addressed with a market-based solution. And that's sort of where the imbalance of your product comes in. So if we go to the next slide. This is also a chart from our final proposal in which it's intended to show the frequency and magnitude of out-of-market actions increasing in the day-ahead market. So what you're looking at in the y-axis are the historical RUC adjustments in terms of their size. The plot is up to about 6,000 megawatts. And on the x-axis, you have a month. So, back in 2017 timeframe, early 2018, you see only dots on this plot, and the dots are relatively low, starting out below 2,000 megawatts. And because you're only seeing dots, it's indicative that there's, relatively infrequent biasing going on in the RUC process. But as the years have gone on, not only has the bias increased in magnitude over time because the uncertainty problem has grown, but also the frequency with which operators are needing to bias, especially during the summer months, has grown as well. And you can see that visually changing between the dots on the left-hand side to more bars on the right-hand side, where you have intended to show much higher frequency of ruck biasing. So we want to, the goal of the day-ahead market enhancements was to take this type of out-of-market action and design a product with which we could put into the market and have the market solve for the type of flexible supply that operators are trying to buy through the RUC process. Let's go to the next slide. So just generally a little refresher on the imbalance reserve product before we move on. So the imbalance reserve product is proposed to be co-optimized in the IFM with energy and ancillary services rather than procuring it under the status quo today as we do in RUC, and we do in RUC through out-of-market action. By the way, the RUC process is not designed to procure this type of supply. We're getting this type of supply out of RUC more or less by convenience, and that's not the way that RUC was designed to operate. So the co-optimization allows the market to determine the most efficient use of a resource's capacity. So the resource can offer energy, it can offer ancillary service, it can offer imbalance reserve up and down. And depending on those offers and the demand on the system, the co-optimization process allows the market to figure out how a resource's capacity should be used between those products. A second benefit of the co-optimization is that it ensures resources can bid all of their capacity for all the products they're eligible for without risk of losing revenue by being awarded one product over another, because the market price is automatically adjusted to ensure that opportunity costs are covered. So you could, a resource could offer all of their capacity for energy, ancillary service, and imbalance reserve that they're eligible to provide without fear of, well, if I get an imbalance reserve award instead of an energy award, am I going to be sufficiently compensated? The market price is assured that a resource would be. And as a result of the co-optimization, there will be more relative to the status quo, where we're biasing the RUC to produce additional unit commitments and schedules in the RUC process. We believe we'll have more efficient day-ahead unit commitment, where we can likely commit fewer units for the same purpose because the result is all co-optimized together. We can have more efficient schedules and more efficient prices for all of the co-optimized products. Finally, we think that having the imbalance reserve in the IFM, as opposed to being procured through RUC out-of-market actions, allows us to have a more accurate assessment of the quantity of day-ahead uncertainty, which should improve the real-time price formation and real-time schedules as well. We've demonstrated in the paper and have spilled some ink in some reports in the past that excessive day-ahead commitments being caused by sort of the over-bias of RUC today that exists today can lead to an oversupply conditions in real time where resources can't be shut off in time, and you essentially have too much, essentially a saturation of supply in real time that can depress real-time prices. And so if you're able to more accurately assess the quantity of uncertainty that you need to procure and the units that you need to commit in order to procure that uncertainty, you're less likely to have this sort of price suppression effect in the real-time market as well. I'll pause shortly for questions, but I have a place in mind where I will pause. So let's go to the next slide. So all of that being said, sort of with a California ISO-centric look at the issues that we intended to set out when we started the day-ahead market enhancements process. But now that EDAM has kicked off, once EDAM kicked off last year, we began to recognize the connection between imbalance reserve product that is proposed in day-ahead market enhancements and the overall operational and practical efficiencies of the EDAM. And so we think that there are several benefits, both operationally and practically speaking, to the EDAM that the imbalance reserve provides. First is a general statement to say that, in the absence of an imbalance reserve product, the types of inefficiencies that I just described in terms of the market dispatch and pricing would naturally extend to the EDAM. Different VAs would have to create their own ways of procuring incremental supply for uncertainty in ways that wouldn't be reflected in the market, and therefore the market results from the EDAM would not be as efficient, both in terms of their schedules, but also in terms of their pricing as they could be if you incorporated it all together. And then, of course, there are downstream effects to the Western EIM as well, and what I just described as potential for real-time price suppression. If you have the ability to sort of back off of that price suppression, you're creating better outcomes in the Western EIM as well, both in terms of dispatch and pricing. So we do think that those apply generally. Second, you have the opportunity to, through the EDAM contract with imbalance reserves, to leverage market transfers to achieve two different types of operational benefits. One is that uncertainties can offset over a larger footprint through regional diversity. And this is essentially the EDAM diversity benefit, where if you were to pool uncertainties over a larger region, each individual region needs to buy fewer reserves in order to meet its obligation. Second, a centralized market facilitates purchase of imbalance reserve cheaper potentially than one could provide with their own resources, and potential new opportunities for sales of imbalance reserves that are in excess of one's individual needs. And of course, these things could happen in a bilateral market as well, but the centralized market may identify efficiencies that couldn't be found in the bilateral states, or makes the transaction cost of doing that a lot lower. And so in a combination of those things, creates the sort of EDAM benefits. From the EDAM benefit study, you see, up to 60% of the operational benefit of the EDAM comes down to the ability for BAs to transfer their imbalance reserve obligations through the market. Next slide, please. So a few other benefits that we see. One is, the first bullet explains, is the opportunity to create higher confidence in EDAM transfers through a day-ahead deliverability assessment of all the optimized products. So the current day-ahead market enhancements design continues with a location or a deliverability assessment of day-ahead energy, but also includes deliverability assessments of the imbalance reserve product and reliability capacity product. So all three of the products that result in transfers within the EDAM would have a deliverability assessment as part of that. And we think that that is critical to ensuring that EDAM entities feel confident enough in the market results that they can, rely on the market results to going into real time and not having to take actions themselves that circumvent the market results, which would undermine the purpose of the EDAM. So the better people can, sort of keep their hands off the wheel essentially and allow the market to provide what they need, we think creates higher confidence in the EDAM market. Second sub-bullet explains that, there's the imbalance reserve product comes with real-time bidding obligations that through the imbalance reserve product, you have the opportunity to maintain all the flexibility that you procured in the day-ahead market and maintain that in real time through the creation and enforcement of real-time bidding obligations that may not be consistent across EDAM participants, and in a way that extends beyond the Western EIM resource sufficiency evaluation. So what I mean by that is, one could say, oh, well, a BA already has to come to the real-time market with some amount of flexibility enough to meet their Western EIM resource sufficiency test, which is true. However, the imbalance reserve product, by procuring in the day ahead, you're resulting in, economic displacement and economic opportunities that the imbalance reserve product requires that those bids are those transfers are firm, and that those bids, those resources that receive those awards have bidding obligations in real time to continue to be able to access the economic benefits that you procured in the day ahead, rather than just relying on the real-time test. Finally, there's an opportunity here to establish a consistent treatment of flexibility in the EDAM resource efficiency evaluation. So in the absence of an imbalance reserve product or something like it that is a flexibility product, one would have to think of other ways in which, if the EDAM entities believe that procuring for uncertainty in the day-ahead timeframe is necessary, that you would have to create some other way to evaluate flexibility from each EDAM BA's offers, which might be clunky or challenging. And in any case, if one is worried about, the resource efficiency evaluation is intended to prevent concerns about leaning, and by having every EDAM BA that participates using the same exact methodology to establish their uncertainty requirements ensures that every participant has trust that their neighbor is bringing enough supply and offer to the table, rather than relying on each BA to potentially determine individually how much to offer. It just creates sort of a level playing field in that respect. So let's see if the next slide is still on this track or if I should stop. Okay, so we'll stop on slide 13. And yeah, so again, I hope that's some good review about the problem statements from the market perspective that we were trying to solve, some of the benefits high level that we think the EDM can provide to the market, and then some review about why we think the imbalance reserve product is critically necessary for the success of the EDAM. So I'll pause to take questions or respond to feedback.
Let's go to Michelle Keto.
Hey, James, this is Michelle. I have a few questions or comments. Can you go back to page 10? So I just wanted to, I guess at this point you were talking about all of the out-of-market actions. However, RUC isn't just out-of-market actions. RUC is also covering for virtuals, right? So virtuals show up in the IFM. We can't cover virtuals with physical assets. So you would always have RUC. RUC isn't just all out-of-market. Is that right? I just wanted to clarify.
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. So we're going to still have to have something like RUC to cover the virtuals, which would be the reliability capacity. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. So then you were also talking, if you look at the timing of this, have you also looked at whether part of the reason we are making these large RUC adjustments was a sort of fundamental shift on the exports out of the CAISO balancing authority that weren't occurring, self-scheduled exports that weren't occurring previously?
I think depending on, I think in terms of, well, let me try to answer that best I can. I think that the underlying reason for RUC adjustments continues to be the net load uncertainty. However, I think depending on your perspective, one could say, well, sort of an auxiliary benefit of the RUC adjustments is to, you know, in the process that you're describing, you know, sort of secure exports in a different way than you know what I'm trying to say? You know, create more firmness in terms of the type of exports that you're going to support.
Okay, because I thought a lot of the RUC adjustments was to that people would self-schedule in the IFM, virtuals could potentially cover it, and then we say, well, we don't want to do that because there is uncertainty about the ties and other kinds of uncertainty. So we can't necessarily cover all of those self-scheduled exports out of our system on a day-ahead basis, right? So it's not necessarily net load uncertainty. It might be, you know. export uncertainty. Like we know we can cover our own resources, we can't cover the exports because California is import dependent, right?
Yeah, and I think on a case-by-case basis, there could be instances, especially in the tightest of tight system conditions, where this becomes sort of a potential reality that the operators may be thinking of when, deciding how much to bias. And we know that, sometimes and they've told us sometimes, net load uncertainty is the primary reason we bias, but under certain system conditions, we have potential additional operational risk that isn't covered through like a contingency reserve product or other types of credible contingencies that we're protecting for through the RUC bias. So, the export question the export issue could potentially be one of those issues. I'm just saying it's not like the largest underlying reason for these biases.
Okay. So also, you had also said that you don't want saturation of supply in the real time. I'm just wondering if saturation of supply, less saturation of supply is going to increase reliability risk. Have you thought about the trade-off there?
Yeah, let me clarify what I mean. Saturation of supply offers is a good thing. What I meant by saturation of supply is that you may have an excessive number of units committed, let's say long start units committed that are intended to be committed in case uncertainty materializes. But if that uncertainty doesn't materialize, then you have essentially too many units committed relative to the amount of supply that you need to cover. And while the market is trying to sort of back down those units, you might just have might not have the flexibility to decommit those units in the time frame with which you need to dispatch lower. And so it creates these situations where you have a lot of, say, P-min energy in the market that can't be shut down, and then you have to find other supply to dispatch down that sort of has an effect of suppressing the real-time price. So it's not some we do like a saturation of offers. I'm meaning it in sort of a way that you have saturated of committed units relative to the supply that you need to serve. Or
And
sorry, the demand you need to serve.
We're really worried about that in the future, given the increasing penetration of storage units and the eventual retirement of the OTCs, or is this just sort of an idea a past idea that is persisting into the future?
Yeah, I think as the resource mix changes, this issue may not persist the way that it has been. And we have, we had documented this sort of price suppression effect in reports around, 2019, in which sort of the logic of how real-time prices might become suppressed were sort of laid out. And, now it's 2023, it may not be as big of a deal as that used to be, but it's still something that we consider to be sort of a potential price formation issue, and just that you have excessive commitments leading to too much supply. And if I may, that sort of issue persists across ISOs. That we're seeing a lot of reports from other ISOs to say when they have similar problems with sort of excessive day-ahead commitments to meet uncertainty, there's sort of this feedback loop about, well, that can lead real-time prices to be slightly lower, which may cause, scheduling coordinators not to, to rely more on the real time to schedule their load. And it has sort of this, feedback loop of that we sort of want to break out of. So what we're trying to accomplish is we want the correct number of units online to meet the demand that needs to be served in the most efficient way possible. And if we need all of them online, that's good. We just sometimes don't need as many as we have.
But will you get rid of the price suppression given that there is load biasing in the HASP process? And doesn't that load bias occur in part because we're covering for expected WEAM transfers that may or may not materialize?
Yeah, and some types of biasing, whether it be RUC or HASP, may be expected to occur. I think that actually the imbalance reserve should have some effect on lower HASP biasing, according to what operators tell us. I don't know that it will eliminate them or reduce them significantly, but it'll definitely be something they think about when they have flexible supply online. They don't necessarily need to bias the HASP as much to get hourly block imports to free up space on other flexible resources internal, which is, one of the many reasons. I don't pretend to know all the reasons they bias the HASP, but at least one of the reasons that they do. So it should have the imbalance reserve should have some downward effect, or at least put some downward pressure on HASP biasing as well, but probably not eliminate it.
I'm sorry, can you explain why it would have downward pressure? I mean, if we had RUC and we're just replacing with imbalance reserves, how does that put downward pressure on the HASP load conformance?
Well, if some of the reason why they bias the HASP is to get more hourly block imports into the market so that your flexible internal resources are freed up to meet the hourly variability, and you have the ability to sort of dispatch them more flexibly. That's part of the reason why they bias the HASP. And so what I mean by downward pressure is that by having the imbalance reserve product where you've already sort of pre-procured that supply, you should have less of a concern in the HASP of that issue I just said, because you've already sort of pre-procured flexible supply that you need instead of trying to get it through.
Yeah, I guess I'm confused because imports aren't going to count for imbalance reserve because they're not 15-minute dispatchable. So what's the difference between the imbalance reserve resources and the RUC resources?
Well, the imbalance reserve, so we're going into, so you have imbalance reserve procured in day ahead, and you're going into real time now with a pool of flexible supply. And so in the real time now, without this sort of pre-procurement of this flexible supply, you may not have.
We don't create new resources in California because we've created an imbalance reserve product. So now you're going to be procuring the same RA resources, calling them imbalance reserve, right? Because pretty much all the California resources are RA resources that were available in RUC. So I'm not understanding how it's any different than today.
But if let's say that if you have some flexible resources that internally within your system, you're operating them at their Pmax because that's the efficient or the most efficient solution without imbalance reserve. But with imbalance reserve, you recognize the need to maybe hold a little room above and below that resource's day ahead schedule. You've sort of created upward and downward headroom that you may not have had in absence of.
Okay. So are RA resources required to bid their entire capacity both into the energy and to the imbalance reserve market?
RA resources that are eligible to provide imbalance reserve will have an obligation to bid their 15-minute capacity in for imbalance reserve as long as they're for the portions with which they're not self-scheduling.
Right.
So for generic RA,
do you mean literally self-scheduling, or do you mean bidding or self-scheduling?
I mean literally self-scheduling. So if you're a generic RA resource, you will maintain the ability to self-schedule. In which case you can't, because the imbalance reserve has to overlap with an economic offer. So essentially, if you're Flex RA, if you're providing Flex RA, you already are 15-minute dispatchable and you have the requirement to economically offer. You could consider that for Flex RA resources, you have a must offer obligation to provide imbalance reserve because you're already eligible by nature. Whereas for generic RA, you might have 15-minute flexible generic RA, but those resources still have the opportunity to self-schedule if they want to. But if they do submit economic bids, even if they're generic RA, they're required to offer imbalance reserve over that capacity.
Okay, so we have
as well.
California resources that have flexible capacity, so they will be providing bids for which you can optimize either for energy or non-energy. But an external balancing authority could self-schedule all of their resources. Their intertie bids are not considered 15-minute dispatchable. So how do they fulfill the imbalance reserve? Must they have economic bids to fulfill their own imbalance reserve obligations?
Are you talking for RA imports?
No, now I'm talking for an external BAA that's participating in this product, right? Because it's not just applicable to California, it's applicable to any EDAM entity, is that right?
Right. So in EDAM, so if you're an EDAM entity, you would have your own imbalance reserve requirements that one would need to meet by passing your obligations through the EDAM resource sufficiency evaluation.
And would there
So
be a must offer obligation for that imbalance reserve resource? So like, let's say your imbalance reserve is 4,000 megawatts, you have to provide 4,000 megawatts of bids that aren't intertie, right?
Right. So if well, each EDAM BA would be subject to their own, bidding requirements that they place on their resources. But, presumably an EDAM BA could offer enough imbalance reserve to meet or to pass the EDAM resource sufficiency evaluation.
But would they have to have an economic bid into the IFM so that you could
and then it'd have to have an economic bid, yeah. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Yep.
Jeff?
Hey, good afternoon, James. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Hey, Michelle asked something that I wanted to get clarification for. So the imbalance reserve is the 50-minute ramp capability, correct?
Right.
Okay, so I just want to understand this. So let's just assume a unit can ramp 100 megawatts in an hour. And it's got 100 megawatts of unloaded capacity. Can it only sell, and let's just say it's a linear ramp. So 100 megawatts in an hour, that means it can do 25 megawatts every 15 minutes. So how much imbalance reserve can this 100 megawatts of unloaded unit sell? Can it sell the full 100 megawatts, or can it only sell the 15-minute ramp? It can only sell 25 megawatts of its full 100.
It can only sell 25 megawatts for imbalance reserve, but the residual component of the ramp could be picked up in RUC potentially. But for imbalance reserve, it's only 15-minute ramping capability per hour.
Okay, and I just wanted you to confirm also, Michelle said several times that interties, unless I guess they're dynamic or pseudo or something like that, but just static intertie bids will not be eligible to sell imbalance reserve.
Yeah, so I'll answer the question this way. So the way that an intertie, this is for a non-EDAM participant, by the way.
Yeah, non-EDAM, yeah.
For a non-EDAM intertie resource, the only way to provide imbalance reserve to the ISO is, one, your resource has to be 15-minute dispatchable. And I don't remember the exact mechanics of how one represents, but there is an option. It's either through cyber or some other mechanism where you show that your import can be moved on a 15-minute basis. Two, they have to be registered in the master file as a system resource so that we can validate the resource parameters that we need to ensure that the imbalance reserve awards are feasible. So what that means is that if you're an import bidding at the CAISO border and you're not an EDAM participant, and you're bidding through like the generic transaction ID method, you will not be able to sell imbalance reserve that way. It has to be a registered system resource in the master file to do that.
Okay, so it's too broad to say imports can't, but they have to be specially set up to do it and be 15-minute dispatchable. They don't have to be dynamic or pseudo. Okay, that's helpful. Okay, I just raised this because I am concerned that there's just going to be insufficient capacity, especially with like my 100 megawatt unit that's unloaded but can only sell 15 minutes of ramp or 25 megawatts of its capacity. So just a concern that we're going to run out of capacity in this design.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Jeff. Let's go to Don and then Kathleen, and then I saw another hand just pop up.
Good afternoon, James. Can you hear me? So,
Yep. Hey, Don.
so before I get into my 2 points, I actually wouldn't mind sort of addressing something that Jeff brought up with regards to the 15-minute imports. What's key with 15-minute imports when they have to bid into real time is they have to submit bids for an entire hour, and they also have to have a transmission profile that reflects that basically covers your entire bid range. And so I think one of the original purposes of imbalance reserves was that cost of procuring hourly transmission could actually be reflected in your offer price for providing imbalance reserves up if you were an import, for example. And then you would basically have covered your cost of transmission, and then you would basically bid your energy on a 15-minute basis to meet your imbalance reserve must offer obligation. So I think that's one that shows why there is actually a cost of being available. Very simple example of why there is a cost of being available for real-time dispatch. And I think it's one of the reasons why you don't see as much 15-minute offers into the CAISO market as one would expect when we put together for quarter 764. So my next comment is around this exact slide here. You know, when this initiative started back in 2018, there wasn't concerns about export prioritization and all of that. It was really around the fact that there were increasing numbers of RUC adjustments being needed to basically provide the operators with what they need. And so the fact that there's these adjustments, they're not simply trying to backfill virtuals or backfill to the CAISO load forecast, but they're trying to get other services. It actually shows that there's actually something missing out of the IFM, which is why you need an imbalance reserve product so that you can move that need out of the RUC and put it into the integrated forward market. And this is very similar to what was done with ancillary services. 100% of ancillary services have to be procured in the IFM. You could argue, well, we could put that capacity requirement in RUC and just procure it there and then price AS at real time when we figure out how much we actually need in the actual amount. But that would be inefficient because you don't have the financial market procuring all of the necessary services that are going to be needed. And so that's why the decision was made back pre-MRTU that you would want to put ancillary services in the IFM and not have those outside of the financial market. And so I think that to me is the key driver of why you need the imbalance reserves, is that as you move to a generation fleet with high penetrations of renewables, uncertainty becomes a real product meeting uncertainty becomes a real product that you need, and you should have it in all of your markets, which means the IFM, FMM, and RTD. And then my last comment is on the importance of imbalance reserves to EDAM. I don't think you can decouple the two. I think what's important is what the imbalance reserves gets is actually there's people talking about, oh, it needs to be a common RA program and all of that. No, what you need is a common real-time must offer obligation. And that's what actually gets the reliability out of the day-ahead market, is that you now have an actual scheduled amount that has to be available for real time to cover any of those differences that can occur. And that's done by allowing you to optimize and get the best resources across the EDAM footprint to basically you schedule your least cost energy resources day ahead, and then you schedule the associated remaining amount of resources necessary to have the must offer obligation into real time. And given that the EDAM has put in place the net export limit constraints, where everyone can basically limit their actual participation, and by participation I mean transfers to other balancing authority areas at EDAM, to basically nothing above your resource efficiency evaluation amount, you're not going to see the unit commitment savings. So the only real savings you can see out of EDAM is the ability for procuring energy and imbalance reserves up and down most efficiently across the footprint.
Thanks, Don, for your comments. Kathleen, and then Drew, and then Michelle can quickly follow up on a point she wants to follow up on. Kathleen?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, James. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Excellent. In the spirit of kind of maybe moving some of the discussion forward, I think that this slide is interesting, but one of the things that you said that really jumped out was an assumption that one of the primary drivers of these RUC adjustments is to cover the net load uncertainty. And over the last however many years we've been going through this effort, internally, externally to the CAISO, trying to parse out the drivers of the RUC adjustments has been a big challenge. It has been difficult in my history. I think it's been difficult to get the operators to log the adjustments in that way. At least historically, that was my understanding. But with your statement, I wonder if something has changed and if maybe that information is available to kind of really try to parse out the RUC adjustment data you're showing here into the drivers to show the difference between those that were for net load uncertainty risks versus the other risks. Because a lot of risks have been raised and a lot of reasons that adjustments might occur in RUC, in STUC or HAST. If it's at all possible, and you do have that information now, that was kind of the basis for your assumption. That would be helpful maybe to talk about at one of the next workshops. If you could consider maybe that as an empirical analysis to bring forward, is that I think that would help the conversation. So just a suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Kathleen. I have two responses that maybe would help, and we can think about preparing us for next week. There's a slide so back in, I think it was January or February 2022, Guillermo's team from the CAISO did some analysis looking at RUC adjustments relative to imbalance reserve requirements and et cetera, et cetera. There is a slide from that deck that to me can help show what portion of the bias is due to net load uncertainty and what portion may go above and beyond that. So I'll pull that slide and we can think about presenting it for stakeholders next week, and I can kind of explain why I think that's what it shows. The second thing I want to say is that in OASIS now, I don't know how long this has been going on, but certainly now, I think it probably after summer 2022, maybe even earlier, you can get RUC adjustment data through OASIS by hour, and there is a field to show what reason is done or given for the RUC adjustments. I haven't done a deep dive into this analysis, but for any hours that I've seen, it always just says net load uncertainty, net load uncertainty, net load uncertainty. So I'm not sure if that's what they put for every single, I'm not sure if that's what they put for every single hour, but we can certainly look at that data as well, and see if we can get something interesting if there's ever an answer that's not net load uncertainty that's through that OASIS data. We can look at it. Okay, let's go to Drew and then Michelle to wrap us up.
Drew Scow, Fluence Energy. I guess one of the things that concerns me is that as the grid does move to higher renewable penetration, and on the kind of the corollary to that is higher storage penetration, one of the things that we see happening in the energy storage enhancements initiatives and just generally the concern with storage is state of charge certainty and ensuring that there is going to be a state of charge necessary to deliver commitments. And, that's something that's being resolved in the ancillary service products through some changes coming. But I'm wondering if this added imbalance reserve product pair is going to just add to that uncertainty in state of charge and not actually take care of the overall uncertainty going on, but just shift who's responsible for dealing with it in a way. And I don't know if this is something that you all have thought of or have considered in a storage kind of world, that you're really just shifting around that uncertainty in time and making it maybe less visible to yourselves, how that uncertainty is going to be dealt with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so in terms of storage, it's a good comment. So in terms of storage, we had sort of later in the proposal, I'd say starting in the summer of 2022 and onward, had considered additional work around how an imbalance reserve award would consume or add to state of charge into real time, because I think the idea is that, we obviously want to make sure that we're giving out imbalance reserve up and down awards that is consistent with the amount of available state of charge on a resource in a day-ahead time frame. But similar in the conversation that had happened in energy storage enhancements, there's this realization that, a storage resource gets some sort of reserve award and some of it gets actually used as energy in real time. And how much of that do you want to sort of reserve in the state of charge for use and deployment in real time? And that conversation should and is extending to imbalance reserve. We, in the final proposal, ended up deferring that conversation a little down the road because we didn't feel like we had the time and space needed to get stakeholders on board. But we're certainly, trying to resume that discussion as soon as possible so that we can, make sure that we account for the things that you're concerned about. So Drew, can you remind me what organization you represent?
Fluence Energy.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, so maybe we can coordinate together offline after this call and get you a part of some offline discussions about your concerns and what we've been thinking about in terms of addressing them and on what time frame.
That would be great.
Thanks, Drew. Okay, let's have Michelle wrap us up, clarify some points that got raised.
Yeah, so just quickly, so Dawn was talking about how critical it was to co-optimize ancillary services in the IFM, but I thought in EDAM, we're not requiring the EDAM entities to optimize ancillary service. We're allowing them to self-provide. So I'm not really understanding why we can't, if we can self-provide ancillary services, why can't we self-provide this?
Yeah, it is true that the EDAM, at least for the day one design, does not include co-optimization of the ancillary service products, but I do believe in the long run it is part of the plan to include ancillary services within the co-optimization of the entire EDAM. It's just not in the initial offering, I guess.
But if it's so critical to the efficiency of the market and we're going to go without it, why do we have to have imbalance reserves there?
You mean imbalance reserve co-optimized in the IFM?
Yeah, why
in
can't you
EDAM?
self-provide it, right? If other EDAM entities can self-provide ancillary services, why can't we also self-provide imbalance reserves?
Well, I guess, and that's a deep conversation. I guess my gut reaction is that part of it is in terms of what the imbalance reserve product is for relative to the other products, in the sense that, the imbalance reserve product is intended to be deployed all of the time, and uncertainties are materializing in different directions across the EDAM BAs all the time. And going to my slide where we say it's sort of two things. You have the imbalance reserve product, you can sort of pool the uncertainty across the region in a way that maybe you could reflect in some sort of AS pooled benefit, but I'm not sure it works out exactly that way. I haven't really thought about that. Maybe others have. But in the sense that you can trade obligations for meeting the uncertainty that you're going to be deploying all the time, reflects that benefit. And that's exactly what the EDAM benefit study, told us, is that that's where a big portion of the operational benefit from EDAM comes from in those trades of imbalanced reserve and the
Right,
co-optimization of it.
Most of the energy that we get at the ties is non-resource specific, so it doesn't seem like we are going to be trading imbalanced reserve products.
But you're going to be, so that's only trades between CAISO and non-EDAM entities. But when you start having other BAs join the EDAM and participating in the day-ahead market, you don't have this concept of, EDAM entities bidding at the ties. They just bid imbalanced reserve from their own resources, and the market co-optimizes it across the entire footprint.
Okay.
You see what I mean?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
the only other thing I'm going to say is that I just feel like this idea that that the out of market and suppressing prices in the real time, I thought the MSC talked about this, and the load conformance really results in California customers paying a lot for FMM adjustments that never really materialize in the real time market. So I think it goes both ways, right? It's not just that the prices are suppressed. It is also that load pays really high prices in the FMM for which they don't need in the RTD. So I think we should remember that as well.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of
Thanks.
price suppression.
Yeah, I got you. Don and Stephen, if you could make your points really quick so I can have the space to move on, I'd appreciate that.
Sure, yeah, Don Trethway, GDS Associates. I actually wanted to respond to Michelle's question. I think it's actually a very good question about if in EDAM, imbalance or ancillary services are basically self-provided. What's important is if they're self-provided, they're actually in the integrated forward market. That's the key. Now, unfortunately, they're not economically optimized, but those requirements are in the IFM, even if they're self-provided. So the problem is by not having imbalance reserves in the IFM, it's not in the market, in the financial market, it's afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Don. Stephen?
Yeah, I want to follow up on when you do the optimization, is there a problem that within the ISO, you're optimizing all three of those products, energy, AS, and imbalance reserves, but in the other parts of the EDAM, you're just going to be optimizing two of them? What?
That's right. Yeah.
It's like what issues is that going to create for the optimization?
George, are you available to weigh in on that briefly?
Yes, what is the question?
I'm just
Stephen,
wondering.
Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, when you do the optimization in EDAM, in the CAISO balancing authority area, you're going to be optimizing energy, imbalance reserves,
Yes,
and
all the
services. I'm sorry?
Yes, you optimize all the commodities. In IFM, you optimize energy, ancillary services,
Right, but
and
in the
imbalance
other-
reserve, and then in RAC, you just do, yeah. In the other BAAs,
my question
non-ISO
concerns-
BAAs, we don't optimize ancillary services.
Yeah, so my question
So
was
you optimize the other products.
just
Go ahead.
how is that going to? But it's just, I guess my question is, if you're running a different optimization in BA, what impact does that have?
No, it's one optimization problem. What the difference is what you consider a variable that is co-optimized, and simply for the ancillary services variables in non-ISO BAAs, these are fixed. They're not subject to the optimization. So they're not bids. Their self-provision is like handled similar to self-schedule. Like if you have a resource that has bids for energy, for imbalance reserve, and ancillary service of provision, let's say spin self provision. The spin self provision takes the top of the capacity range, And then the rest of the capacity range that, let's say, has an energy bid, that part is co-optimized between imbalance reserve and energy. You just leave the top portion of the capacity for the spin self provision, which is not subject to optimization. If this is an ISO resource, and instead of the spin self provision, you have a spin bid, now you co-optimize that along with the other commodities. So it's the same optimization method. It's just that the spin self-provisions for external resources to the ISO are just fixed. They're not variables. That's all. So the impact, you don't reflect in the prices any opportunity cost for reserving capacity for spin self-provision or for any kind of ancillary self-provision, because that's a constant. It's not co-optimized. But between the other commodities that you optimize, like energy and imbalance reserve awards do reflect the opportunity cost of reserving that capacity instead of scheduling it as energy.
All right. I'll have to think about that. Thank you.
Sure.
James, I think you're on mute.
Thank you, I am. I was just going to say, I'm going to assume Jeff and Drew's hands are raised from a previous question, but I'll get back to them if that's not the case. I did want to spend some time today discussing sort of a high-level articulation of the nodal design and get in a little bit of detail, at each different section to describe sort of what is happening at each section and why the design lends itself that way. I may not get through all of my material today, in which case I can pick it back up next time, but we'll see how far I can get. So let's move, or let's just pause here for a second. So just, my amateur attempt at a flow chart here, but essentially what we're talking about is sort of three different levels that I'll describe. First is how the uncertainty requirements themselves are calculated, okay? And then from there, the uncertainty requirements are then broken up into three separate buckets to denote what portion is from solar uncertainty, what portion is from load uncertainty, what portion is from wind uncertainty. And then each of those buckets of uncertainty have their own method of distributing the requirement locationally. And so we just wanted to sort of walk through what that means. So let's go to the next slide. I do want to bring up a couple points before we dig deeper into each of these categories. I want to be clear that this is the same construct, with the exception that we're using different input data because they're different time references, as what is implemented in the real-time market for a flexible ramping product. So the calculation for how uncertainty requirements are determined is the same calculation, again, just using different input data. The method by which we then separate the calculation into three different buckets is the same. And then the method by which each of the three buckets gets distributed locationally is exactly the same as it is in real time. So I just think that's really important to remember, that this is consistent with the design of flexible ramping product that's already in our market today. And a primary motivation of the proposed design in terms of this respect is really not to repeat mistakes that we had made in the initial FRP implementation, in which the product was, not procured through this mechanism. So if we can go to the next slide. This is a slide from the EDAM presentation in October 2019. So that's almost 3.5 years ago that we had been thinking about this issue, but we had observed issues with the flexible ramping product and denoted them around 2019 is when we started to bring this issue to light. They were essentially at a high level, and I get into this more in future slides, but the real-time flexible ramping product had deliverability issues in which you were only, the market was only getting a handful of the reserves that it was purchasing, and it caused operational and price formation issues. And then we sort of call this the waterfall slide, where, in real time, the quantities are relatively small. The impact is relatively small. You know, it's you know, was relatively, you know, small relative to what could happen under a similar issue with imbalance reserves, where now not only you have a biddable product, you have requirements that could be 4 times the size because you're procuring for imbalance reserve on, you know, a day ahead to real time uncertainty time frame, and rather than 15 to 5 minute or 5 minutes to real time. So if you'd imagine if you only got, you know, some portion of your imbalance reserves as deliverable in real time, the economic impact just within the CAISO would be, you know, a lot larger, a lot more at stake. And then, you know, finally apply it to the EDAM, in which you have multiple BAAs participating within the EDAM. You know, you're magnifying that potential issue in terms of dispatch inefficiency or scheduling inefficiency and price formation inefficiency to all the EDAM BAAs. And then you're sort of left wondering if the, you know, EDAM BAAs can rely on imbalance reserve to avoid unit commitment in their own BAA. So this is, I mean, this slide's 3.5 years old. These are issues that we have been thinking about since the beginning of the DAME initiative started. There's a link here to the price per performance analysis where some of these ideas were, you know, publicized back in 2019. So if you're interested, follow that link. This link is also present in the DAME final report if you're interested or you want to get to it faster than we post these slides. So I just wanted to be sort of clear that, again, these are, the design stems from the desire to avoid issues as described on the screen, but also, you know, this is the same exact stuff that we have in our market currently for flexible ramping product. So we have the experience building it and implementing it into our market. So let's go to the next slide. I'm going to start with the calculation of the uncertainty requirements and see how far I get before deciding whether or not to move on or to take questions. So let's start here. Next slide. So at a high level, so sometimes the word uncertainty requirement is thrown out. I just want to be, in terms of semantics, to be clear that uncertainty requirements is the same as saying the quantity of imbalance reserve up and down in EDAM BAA, including the CAISO, must offer into the market to meet its resource efficiency evaluation obligation. So uncertainty requirements is the imbalance reserve up and down requirements is the uncertainty requirements, okay? So you may hear those terms used interchangeably. Of course, the quantity of imbalance reserve up and down offered into the market to meet resource efficiency does not necessarily mean the same thing as the quantity of the requirement that's procured in the IFM, because we have things like the diversity benefit and the demand imbalance reserve demand curve that may lower the total procurement within the EDAM below those obligations. But that's sort of what we're talking about. Now, to be clear, uncertainty requirements are calculated at a BAA level in a sort of top-down approach. And I just wanted to spend some time discussing why uncertainty requirements are calculated at a BA level rather than some other granularity. Most importantly, because uncertainties can offset over connected regions. The next slide, don't go to it yet, but the next slide will provide a diagram of sort of what I mean by that. But essentially to say that if you are within some sort of market footprint and one area of your market is experiencing uncertainty in the upward direction and one area is experiencing uncertainty in the downward direction, then as long as there's transfer capability between those two locations, you can essentially keep your resource resource dispatch exactly the same and just balance the uncertainties with imports and exports or transfers as a better way to think of it. And so when the EDAM diversity benefit is the sort of extremist way to think about, or most extreme way to think about this idea, where we're basically saying, look, you're going to have EDAM BAs that have individual requirements to pass a resource efficiency evaluation, but because we recognize that for the market footprint as a whole, we'll have a lower total uncertainty then the sum of each individual BA in the EDAM, we can offer this diversity benefit where the market footprint reduces the quantity of reserves held to meet the uncertainty. So that gets into the second sub-bullet, that really the result of this sort of calculation is that you need fewer overall reserves to be procured over the market footprint, which is the way to access the uncertainty. So that's really critical. And the fourth point that I'll make is that the data is accessible. We already forecast by BA, and it's sufficient enough to collect and store and analyze data at that level. We already have it. So it is also sort of a data accessibility idea that, you take the information that we already have to, create this outcome. So let's move to the next slide. Okay, so this slide essentially gets at what I'm saying about pooling uncertainties that offset over various regions. So what you have here are two separate BAAs, and the status quo might be the left-hand side where you have two BAs where one BA is ramping in an upward direction, or you can think of it as having some sort of upward uncertainty materializing, and a second BA or a second region is moving in the opposite direction. Well, essentially, by looking at it, if you don't look at it on a market footprint basis, you're going to say, oh, wow, BA1 has a positive 1,000 megawatt uncertainty here, and BA2 has a negative 1,000 megawatt uncertainty here. And so by not aggregating your uncertainties at a higher level, you're going to capture this plus and minus 1,000. When if you look at on the right-hand side, all that you really need to do is you can actually, if you have transfer capability between the two regions, you can essentially operate BA1 without ramp, where you have 5,000 megawatts in each of the consecutive intervals. It's just that the 1,000 extra that it doesn't need gets exported to BA2 to meet its downward ramp. And similarly, BA2 has some quantity has the same quantity of sort of unit commitment and schedule across the timeframes because it's able to access the extra resources from BA1. So if you look at the right-hand side and you think of those BAs as a whole together over the market footprint, you would say to yourself, there's no uncertainty here because the ramp or the differences needed are sort of shared or pooled amongst the two BAs. And so that's what we're getting at in saying that by looking at it over a larger geographic region, those uncertainties can offset and creates efficiencies in having fewer reserves needed, to meet this outcome. Let's go to the next slide. So this is pretty quick. Essentially, you have this, total calculated uncertainty requirement at the BA level. If you think of EDAM, you would have each EDAM BA would have its own individually calculated requirement based on its own characteristics and its own data. But then the next step is to divide that uncertainty requirement into three separate buckets. So let's go to the next slide. So the uncertainty requirements that you calculate for each BA are then divided in three categories. They're divided in load, wind, and solar categories. And they're divided in such a way that it reflects the relative contribution of these resource classes to the total requirement. So the market actually calculates separate regressions or separate outputs for load, solar, and wind individually, and then aggregates them together in one process. And I do have slides in the appendix that if one were so inclined to ask about more details about how that works, we can get into that. But the basic of it is that the 2,000 megawatt, if you assume a 2,000 megawatt imbalance reserve up requirement, the calculation knows what portion of that calculation is due to load uncertainty, what portion is due to solar uncertainty, and what portion is due to wind uncertainty. So this table shows an example of how a 2,000 megawatt imbalance reserve could be broken out between the three various categories. And this is an improvement that was made in FRP refinements to the FRP, the flexible ramping product, and is implemented in our market today. Next slide, please. Finally, once you have the total quantity of uncertainty for each bucket, each of the buckets has its own distribution to load, solar, and wind nodes. And we'll describe, I think I'll describe the distribution and then I'll stop for questions. Next slide, please. So we'll start with load. We'll take the load bucket first. So essentially, the load component of the imbalance reserve up requirement is distributed to load nodes and shows up as a positive load change in the upward deployment scenario. And then the load component of the imbalance reserve down requirement is distributed to load nodes and shows up as a negative load change in the downward deployment scenario. So the distribution factors with which the market decides how to distribute the imbalance reserve up and down requirements to load nodes are essentially the same as what's used in RUC, using load distribution factors. So let's go to the next slide. So this is my amateur attempt at creating a power flow situation here where you have, two generators serving a load, and this load is demonstrated to be a load aggregation point. So you have in this light blue dashed area a collection of loads, which each load 1 and load 2 have assigned to it some sort of load distribution factor that's based on historical data about how much load shows up at these locations. So you could assume that load 1 in this example has a load distribution factor of 75%, and load 2 has a load distribution factor of 25%. Such that if your load component of the imbalance reserve up requirement was 20 megawatts total, you would allocate 15 megawatts of the imbalance reserve requirement at load 1 and 5 megawatts of it at load 2. So that's a simple way of seeing how the load distribution factors sort of break out the load component of the imbalance reserve up requirement at different load locations. Next slide, please. So now for that was the load bucket. Now let's go into the wind and solar buckets, which they're separate buckets, but they're essentially the same. So the solar and wind component of the imbalance reserve up requirement is distributed to solar and wind nodes, represented by a positive load change at those locations in the upward deployment scenario. And the solar and wind component of the imbalance reserve down requirement is distributed as a negative load change in the downward deployment scenario. Now, the distribution of the solar and wind component to the solar and wind nodes is in proportion to the solar and wind resources forecast. So if we go to the next slide, I'll use that diagram again to explain. So now let's assume these generators here are both wind generators. The top wind generator has a forecast of 100 megawatts, and the bottom wind generator has a forecast of 50 megawatts. And imagine you had the wind component of your imbalance reserve up requirement was 15 megawatts. You would allocate 10 of the megawatts to the uppermost wind generator and allocate 5 of the megawatts to the bottom wind generator. So essentially shows how the allocation is determined for wind. And solar, you could replace the word wind with the word solar here, and you'd get exactly the same thing. So let's go to the next slide. This is a table taken out of the FRP refinements final proposal on page 12, which provides some actual data and maybe gives a little bit more clarity into how, using the data at that time, the load, wind, and solar buckets were determined in what proportion. So I'm not exactly sure what sample data this is, but you can see in an hourly breakdown the various components of load, wind, and solar as a percentage of the total requirement are broken down. So you can see, like, for example, hours ending 8 through 16, you have a majority of the imbalance reserve. I think this is for the upward direction. Yeah, the upward direction, a majority of that comes from solar uncertainty during those times, which seems to make sense. And you have, essentially no solar uncertainty reflected in the requirement. in hours 1 through 5 and hours 22 through 24, which also makes sense. So that just gives, a general sense of how, by the hour, these different buckets will fill up between load, wind, and solar. And then from there, they get allocated locationally using the method I just described. So let's go to the next slide and see if this is a good place to pause. Yeah, so ideally, we would have had more time to discuss, how the deployment scenarios fit in here. Maybe if there's time at the end, we can get back to these slides. But can we just, I'm not going to discuss each slide, but I just want to provide a one-sentence description of what you would find so people can anticipate, how the proposal would have wrapped up. But I do want to make sure I give my colleagues the time that was promised for their presentation. So could you just move to the next slide, please? So the previous slide would discuss essentially what the deployment scenarios do. This slide is discussing why the deployment scenarios are important, and generally speaking, why we think that the nodal procurement of the imbalance reserve is important. What problems we think are avoided by this construct. So we'll get into that next time. Next slide, please. We also wanted to be clear about essentially the long run goal of the ISO is to have ancillary service deliverability. This is sort of described relative, this slide was intended to describe relative to the approach that's being used for imbalance reserve, how is ancillary services different, why in the long run we think we need to move to an ancillary service procurement that is nodal in design. So we can talk about that next time. And then let's see what slide 31 is. And then for March 7th and 8th meetings, things that we plan to discuss and describe in more detail, to help provide some more detailed examples to illustrate, how the different approaches work. We're working on potentially some empirical analysis that if there's findings that are interesting, we can present at that time, and some extra room for discussion on potential improvements we can make to the final proposal. So I'll stop there. There is an appendix to these slides. Once these slides are posted, that do provide a little more information about how the uncertainty requirements are calculated at a more detailed level. If you're interested, and if you have questions about those, you can follow up with me. So let's go to the questions that are on the phone, and start with Seth.
Thank you, James. I just have a question about the allocation. What do you do in the case where there's a node that's co-located with a resource, so there's dual ownership, or even maybe a load bus that has split ownership between two different entities? How do you treat that?
George, could you help me with that question?
Yes, can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. The question is just, how do you treat, and this question arises in the case where you were showing the allocation of the imbalance reserves. What happens if at one of the node that you're allocating down to is a co-located resource with load-in generation, or say a load bus with different owners comprising of the load at that bus?
Oh, yes, it's possible to have load in the same bus, in the same substation, with a very resort, or interconnected there, so electrically very close. Then you could have a distribution of the demand portion of the imbalance reserve to the load, and a distribution of the VER portion of the uncertainty to the VER. The potential there could be some interaction, but you get both effects at the same time. So if you recall the slides that James went through, and he separated the VER distribution from the demand distribution, you can think a scenario where they happen both at the same time, and maybe you have loads situated in the same or electrically very close location with VERs. They that bus will get distribution from both. It's not a problem.
Okay, and you're saying it's also not a problem if there was multiple owners of load at a single load bus that you're allocating to?
Yeah, we don't see the different load owners. We see the total load because the load distribution factor that the example described is a general distribution factor for distributing load from the demand forecast. So it's not owner specific. So the distribution represents the total uncertainty because of the demand that would materialize there, irrespective of who are the owners of that load.
Yeah, and to be
Because
clear,
you're
I
not
want to
doing
make sure
settling.
there's. Yeah, can I just
Yeah,
make
you're
sure?
not-
Yeah, that was just going to be my
Go
next
ahead.
point. That was just going to be my next point. That remember, or to distinguish the distribution of the requirements separately from the distribution of the cost allocation are not done in exactly the same way. So this is just where, where the imbalance reserve is sort of modeled to sync to on the system that the deployment scenarios capture, and is not necessarily the same thing when we talk about distribution of the cost of the product.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. When are we going to talk about the distribution of the cost?
It wasn't going to necessarily be part of this workshop material, but certainly if there's desire for more information, we can either chat offline or we can provide more information in the follow-up slides. I mean, it would maybe we should chat offline about how that would work first.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, James.
Thanks, Seth. Steven?
Yeah, I have two questions. The first is just kind of general. In answer to a question from Jeff Nelson before, you indicated that it's the 15-minute ramping capability of each generator that can be bid in. And I'm trying to understand the total amount that you're looking for. Is that the 15-minute ramp amount, or is it the amount that can be ramped in the hour, the variability across the hour, or just is it the 15-minute variability?
So the variability that's captured in forming the, I'm not going to avoid getting into the appendix because I have a diagram to explain. So maybe it might be slide 32 or 33. Yeah, this one here. So to get into your question, essentially what we're doing to collect imbalance data that forms the requirement is essentially every hour you compare the day ahead forecast, which in this diagram is illustrated by this blue dashed line called RUC, which is another way of shorthanding the day ahead forecast. And you're comparing that day ahead forecast to the forecast that happened in the 15-minute time frame the next day in the real-time market. So you can imagine these orange bars that are descending down are the series of 4 15-minute market forecasts. And what you're doing is essentially for the upward requirement, you are collecting the data point on the leftmost data point, which is the residual or the difference between the orange bar and the blue bar. And for the downward requirement, you're doing the same for the difference or the residual that's furthest in the downward direction. So essentially, the imbalance reserve requirement gets calculated by looking at the maximum observed difference in the day ahead forecast for a specific hour to this series of 4 15-minute forecasts in that same hour the next day.
Okay, so that would be, so it's probably like about a half an hour, but it's actually, you're looking at a total hourly amount of expected variation. But like you put here, it's probably going to be just about a half an hour because the way that they interact, you're below for the first, you're below for one half and above for the other half due to the way, however the thing is ramping, whether it's up or down.
Yeah. So
This is showing down, but
yeah. Yeah, and it could be the case that, it could be the case that the uncertainty material within an hour materializes slowly, in the sense that maybe you don't need all of the 15-minute capability, because the first interval doesn't have, or you don't need all of the uncertainty for that first interval. But it could also be the case where you do have you do need to meet what's left over in terms of your imbalance reserve requirement in that 15-minute time frame. So it is a conservative assumption, but it does assure that we have enough, even if uncertainty were to materialize quickly within the hourly interval, that you'd have 15-minute ramping capability to respond to it in a 15-minute basis.
okay. Number two, I'm not distribution factors, but like using them in the day ahead. I'm just thinking like now within the KISO, the variability is probably very different depending on where you're looking. And I'm thinking, if you compare loads or nodes over on the coast, and I'm thinking about like, during the summer when it gets really hot and things ramp up. If you look at what happens on the coast, usually they don't ramp near as much. You look at the average temperature, like say for example in Monterey, it's going between 60 and 75. It's not ramping much. If you look at the temperature in Fresno, it's probably going from 60 to 90 or 70 to 100 or something like that. And I'm just wondering, do the load distribution factors take account of that? Or are they just kind of based statically on where the load is at each point in time?
Yeah, so the load distribution factors are essentially reflecting sort of hour to hour, I guess, average of how those loads materialize. And so to the extent that you might have, loads in certain areas that are moving in one direction quicker than others, that should be reflected within at least within the hourly granularity of the load distribution factors. George, do you have more to say about that than I provided?
Yes, the load distribution factors are really coming from the state estimator solution, and that's a very granular solution, even more granular than 5 minutes. So you collect a lot of data points of how the load is actually distributed in real time, and then you smooth them for the hour, so you get some hourly distribution of that, and then over time too, and you also have seasonal distributions and time of day, and so they give you the best possible forecast of how the demand is going to be distributed in real time, considering all these elements
right,
that.
I guess where I'm maybe having some issues with this is it sounds like the load distribution factors are actually, they're looking at load, but what you're actually trying to distribute here is potential changes in load. And I'm just wondering, it doesn't seem that.
There is an inherent assumption that the uncertainty that is caused by errors in demand forecast is even across your entire load basis. So if you have more load in one location, you will see more uncertainty. Less load in another location, you will see less uncertainty. So that's why you're using the load distribution factor, which says, in essence, you distribute the uncertainty evenly on how you would distribute the load.
Okay. I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, but I have to think it through some more. Thank you.
Thanks for your questions. Amy?
So I'm gonna, I guess, show my ignorance in all of this. For like the wind and the solar projects, how does their limits come into effect with this? So for instance, you've got say your day ahead forecast shows that your 50 megawatt unit would be generating at 40 or 45. Does that mean that it only has 5 or 10 megawatts upward capability, and that somehow these requirements are going to get capped at what the units can do, and conversely the downward, as the sun goes down and the unit is ramping down and it was approaching zero, which is the best it could give you for downward capability, is to just flat come offline? How does that factor into these requirements?
Yeah, so the imbalance, sure, yeah, I'm off mute. Okay, the imbalance reserve awards are modeled for VER resources not to exceed their forecasted value. So in the example you gave, if you had let's say a wind resource that has a 50 megawatt output capability, but at whatever time this is, it's only forecasted for 45 megawatts. That means that the sum of energy and imbalance reserve awards cannot exceed 45 because it's going to be capped at the resources forecast. And there's discussion in the paper. I can help you find it offline if you're interested. That describes why the forecast caps for VER resources, essentially because the concern is that if the VER forecast is the best, what we think is the best indicator of how the resource will perform in real time, and you're holding reserves on some portion above that, it creates some reliability concern that you might be holding reserves on portions of an output of a resource you don't actually think can provide that quantity. So those types of things are woven into the imbalance reserve awards themselves, but less so about the distribution of the requirements. The distribution of the requirements is taken from, again, it's sort of a top-down approach where you're taking uncertainty across an aggregated amount of solar resources on this within the BAA and distributing that from a top-down approach to solar resources individually on the system. And so is that helpful, or is there a lingering question there?
No, I think I get it. I'll probably have to think about that a lot more, and I may end up asking that again in some future time, but I think I get it. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe if there's one other way, maybe I could answer the question. If we go back to the diagram with the wind resource, I think it's like 28 or 29. No, keep going. This one. Yeah, so in this case, if you had, let's just say in this example for this lower right resource or lower right location, let's say that the transmission between this lower right resource here only flows out from the resource. There's no two-way flow here. So if the imbalance reserve requirement at this location is 5 megawatts, then the market will automatically ensure, even though this resource has a 50 megawatt forecast, that if there's no counterflow possible on this line, that this wind resource can only be scheduled for a maximum of 45 megawatts of energy in day ahead, and the 5 megawatt extra could be reserved as imbalance reserve. So that might be another way of thinking about it.
That does help. Thank you.
Okay. Guillermo, just so you know, you came off mute. Okay, so Steph, your hand. We do have to move on. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and move. Thanks for the opportunity to present. We'll move on. Speakers. We'll transition to Carrie.
Thanks, James. Hi, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Carrie Bentley. I am representing WPTF. You can go to the next slide. So for those of you who don't know WPTF, it's Western Power Trading Forum, and we're a nonprofit trading forum dedicated to competitive markets and transparency across the CAISO and across the West. This has been a top priority for WPTF for the past 5 years since the initiative started. But I have to say, we only got what the CAISO wanted us to talk about very late in the week. And I went to Las Vegas and Adele this weekend, so you'll have to bear with me on the presentation here. It's going to be a little bit more informal than usual because I really wanted to get out all my thoughts and just simply did not have that much time. George, please start to pay attention around slide 13. The beginning stuff is stuff that you probably have already heard me say 8,000 times. All right, next slide, and you could skip through the next one. That's just about Gridwell, and then I always put in a disclaimer. So the first thing I'm going to start with is just a problem statement recap. Our problem statement is pretty much aligned with the CAISO's, but I think from a slightly different perspective. So if you can skip to that next slide, please. Okay, so this is a background slide, but it really does build up to where we are today. So it's really important to remember, where we were and where we're going. So the IFM clears bid-in virtual and physical internal supply and imports against bid-in virtual, physical, internal demand and exports. So what does that mean? It means it's a financial market, and it means no matter what we do in RUC or whatever products we want to build into the IFM, that redispatch will happen in real time. That's inherent in any financial market that then gets cleared as a physical market. So we know that no matter what we do in day ahead, in IFM and RUC, it's not going to look like real time. But what we want to do is to set ourselves up the best we can in the day ahead to ensure not just reliability, but the most efficient outcome. And it's important to recall that most load gets cleared in the day ahead. So anything we could do to have a really efficient IFM price signal will be much more meaningful than anything we do to crash the prices in real time. So when James went through his presentation and he talks about I think he used the word saturation of supply, but what he was really saying was that there's a price suppressatory effect by our current structure, and that price suppression occurs in real time. And that's not super helpful to ratepayers because only about 5% of additional load is reoptimized in real time. What we really want to focus on is getting that PMIN energy into the day ahead, because that's where most load is cleared, and that's where 90% of the costs of the energy market are located. All of that said, though, we still need to set ourselves up appropriately. And today we do that via RUC. So RUC then kicks out the virtual supply. We adjust our renewables because there isn't a must offer for renewables in the day ahead. So we know they're going to go show up in real time more than they show up in the IFM. So we adjust the renewables, and then we clear physical supply, including imports, against demand, including exports. And we make sure that we have enough capacity set up for the real-time market. So despite this, the CAISO right now is not confident that sufficient economic offers will be submitted into the real-time market to meet real-time's needs. Historically, it has been considered sufficiently reliable to depend on the spot market. In fact, lots of other ISOs for years historically have just relied on the spot market. That's a normal thing to do. However, right now, not only do we have high penetration of renewables, we also have very thin capacity margins. So I think it's pretty natural that the CAISO and CAISO operators are having decreasing confidence that this economic real-time supply is just going to show up. Next slide, please. So what are our problems? Well, I break them down into two main pieces. The first one is that the CAISO wants more assurance in the day-ahead timeframe that sufficient economic offers are going to show up in real time. And you could say this is for uncertainty, for ramping. But generally, they just want more economic offers to show up, and they want to be able to count on them. The next issue is that there are varying levels of reliance on the spot market today among different operators. So if you're an operator at the CAISO and you're the one in charge of doing RUC biasing, you may be more willing to rely on the spot market or the real-time market than another operator. So that inability to get kind of consistent RUC bias against operators is an issue. And then second, this is true too across EDAM BAAs. So, you know, one EDAM entity or WEAM entity may be more comfortable or you know, maybe they have a different risk profile than another EDAM BAA. So they may want to rely on that spot market more or less. But when we're doing co-optimized dispatch and we're trying not to lean on each other, we're all trying to trust each other, it's really hard to have those varying levels of risk profiles across BAAs. So what this imbalanced product will do is it'll standardize that risk profile, ideally. That's the goal. So ultimately, because of these two problems, the CAISO believes, you know, operator action is insufficient and it's an inefficient way to ensure reliability given where we are today. And I agree with that. I also think that, you know, we talked a little bit about in many workshops, and it was brought up again today, you know, is this just for the gas fleet? So I have two things I would like everyone to keep in mind. One, the gas fleet isn't going away anytime soon. You could talk about the OTCs retiring, but that likely won't happen until 2026, and they don't run that often. They're not the long start resources we're talking about here. Most of the rest of the gas fleet is going to hang around for at least another decade as we get through this transition. And then two, as we expand to the entire West, well, maybe in California, we started to get rid of that gas really fast, but that's not a guarantee that we're not going to have gas in other EDAM areas. So we really do have to think about the long start resources and how to optimize them best in day ahead. So going back to, all right, we believe it's insufficient. Okay, why else? Well, we have this operator action. Isn't the operator in action in RUC enough? You can commit long starts in RUC, right? Doesn't that solve your gas issue? Well, I would argue no. Operator action in RUC rather than the IFM market solution prevents efficient day ahead price signals. I think there's an opportunity to, if not lower the day ahead price, make it a more accurate price signal as to need in particular areas. Operator action in RUC is also lumpy and not well correlated with actual real-time uncertainty needs. If you guys have looked at the data that CAISO's presented over the past, I don't know, year or so, what you'll notice is that when operators' bias is not well correlated with any of the CAISO's forecasts of uncertainty or any of the forecasts of the imbalance requirement. And the reason that is because the operator processes, how they bias, are not very efficient, and there's no feedback loop to them. You know, did they bias accurately? Were they too high? Were they too low? I'm pretty sure they have no idea. So having operators just guess routinely, yes, they're ensuring reliability, but they're not doing it in an efficient way. They're doing it in a very lumpy way that probably, especially as we have more and more uncertainty on the system, probably isn't the best way to do it. And then finally, something that was not touched on is that RUC cannot mandate economic offers. All RUC can do is say you are committed in the day ahead time frame, and you must show up in real time. But it can't say you must show up and put in an economic bid. So they're still allowed to self-schedule, and that really doesn't help with our flexibility needs. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. So then we're in the day ahead time frame. How can day ahead actions impact the real-time market? So what can you actually physically do in the day ahead, you know, market implications aside, that will impact real-time reliability? Well, you can commit additional long start resources and put them under a real-time must offer, economic or otherwise. You could schedule more imports or transfers, again, with that real-time must offer, economic or otherwise. You could schedule less exports and transfers out, and then you could offset uncertainties over a larger footprint and give yourself some additional confidence that, you know, your neighbor's going to help you out. And if you're in a bad spot or they're in a bad spot, you're able to transact flexibility over the borders. And that's really all you can do, right? There isn't much else. Short and medium start resources, to the most part, most of the time are going to show up anyway in real time. They have to because the CAISO can always ED any short or medium start resource in the real-time market. Most have a resource adequacy must offer obligation, and we have resource sufficiency requirements. The only thing that you've really lost your chance on in the day ahead market, if you just skip over it, is committing long start resources. You can't, we're talking about HASP bias. You bias HASP, it will never commit a long start resource because it's long start. You can't commit it in real time. So really, when we're talking about efficiencies, it's to do with the long starts, and it's to do with making sure you have appropriate transfers, imports, and exports. Transfers, I'm thinking between EDAM entities, imports, exports, I'm thinking, between non-EDAM BAs, so, like the CAISO interties. Setting those up appropriately in the day ahead market is really important, because if you end up over or under scheduling these, it'll really erode trust, not just market efficiency, but trust between regions, because you want to make sure if you say you could export power, that you actually are able to export the power. It's a pretty big deal. Okay, next slide, please. All right, I'll pause there. Are there any questions on the problem statement? And I have no idea how to tell, by the way, so James or someone will have to tell me if I have questions.
It looks like we don't have any questions right now.
Awesome. All right, let's keep going. Okay, so now we're going to get into the imbalance reserve product. So just a quick overview, and I recognize this is, this is material everyone already knows for the most part, but again, it's just reframed slightly differently. So the CAISO solution to what we just went through is to have the imbalance reserve product. At a very high level, it's just procuring additional capacities from resources in the IFM market and then preserving this through the RUC process. It will be fully co-optimized with energy and AS in the CAISO or energy in EDAM areas, and it will have an economic real-time must offer obligation. Again, RUC cannot get you that economic must offer. Only a product can get you an economic must offer. The real-time market will then use all energy offers from the imbalance reserve and everyone else who's offering in to co-optimize the flexible ramping product and energy. Note that our ancillary services are not re-optimized in the real time, and that's important for something later. So just keep that in the back of your head. AS is not re-optimized for the most part. Sometimes if you need additional AS, that can be optimized in real time, but otherwise you take your AS from day ahead and it just flows through into real time and it's protected under a penalty price. This is very different than the imbalance reserve product, which will flow through to real time and just be under a must offer and just look like energy that shows up in real time. There'll be settlement provisions for resources if the IRP capacity doesn't show up. And then the key to my whole deal here, why I'm presenting today, is that this product can be procured under a nodal construct or a zonal construct. Next slide, please. So we believe that the CAISO should evaluate both of these frameworks. I'm going to be really clear on that. I am not saying that WPTF supports a zonal framework. I am saying that we need to consider these both a little bit more carefully. So we believe there are two possible frameworks. You could have the nodal procurement, which is a little bit more like IFM energy, or you could have zonal procurement, which is a little bit more like AS. I think the imbalance reserve product kind of sits in between an energy product and a capacity AS product, and that's why it's so hard to talk about and think about. But that also means we have options, and we actually could go either way. The nodal framework uses deployment scenarios and is described in the DAME documentation, and I'll talk about it a little bit more later. The zonal framework, which Kathleen's going to talk about more in her presentation. So what is a zonal framework? Well, generally, it looks a lot like AS, which is procured in zones. But if you're not familiar with AS, one, this will be posted and I have an appendix, and two, I'll provide a little bit of background here. So what happens is that the zonal framework will impose a regional constraint based on hourly forecasted congestion and other factors. So basically you're trying to get at a particular zone where you're able to forecast uncertainty needs, and you're able to say, I think roughly within this zone, it will be deliverable in real time. We think the zonal approach provides benefits relative to the nodal framework from a market design perspective. I think at least it provides enough benefits that we should talk about it and evaluate it. I think it's easier and potentially more accurate to forecast where uncertainty materializes at a zonal level rather than a nodal level. I think you need a lot less complex market power mitigation constructs. Zonal, you could just cap, you have a cap. Nodal, you end up doing crazy market power mitigation things. It's probably more transparent on the price signal. We'll talk about that more. There are no additional CRR shortfall concerns. And this is key too. We think a zonal framework has lower implementation risk and lower market timeline risk. What I mean by that last one is when you run the market, is it going to actually solve in the time you think it's going to solve? All right, next slide, please. Okay. So now, getting a little deeper into the zonal framework overview. How does it work? Well, sorry, a little bit more water. Okay, zonal framework. So resources, just like under a nodal construct, you still get a specific IRP award, exactly the same. Where it's different is that the requirements, the procurement, and the pricing are all regional rather than nodal. You end up setting regional requirements, a minimum and potentially a maximum, so how much you want within each region, and you would determine this hourly. A region would be defined as a set of P nodes. So it's not, you could say, oh, a region is, like local RA. That's not typically how you would do it. You would do it based on congestion patterns, and you would say based on congestion, based on uncertainty requirements, based on our expectations of real time, this set of P nodes needs to supply a minimum and maximum amount of IRP. So the analysis, of current and expected AS deliverability would be really beneficial to determine the zonal methodology. Because it could be the current AS zones are working just fine and we could use those. It could be the current AS zones aren't working so great and operators are having to block a lot of resources because, maybe they're not ending up deliverable in real time. And we could use this as an opportunity to improve the AS zones as well, if that bears out. But either way, we already have a zonal framework that is working at our market, I think, just fine. From all the public data I could see, it seems okay. So I would propose we would start there and then overlay, some uncertainty mapping to define our zones. And I'm sure Kathleen will talk a lot more about this. So at, the use of the transmission level, within the zone, capacity does not compete for the use of transmission. That's a key difference between nodal and zonal. So that means if I award a resource IRP, there's no congestion component of that, right? The only time that within the zonal framework that a resource competes for transmission is on the interties and on transfers. So you actually do have to preserve room on the interties and preserve room on the transfers when you're optimizing under a zonal framework. And then you can, go on from there, right? Like regional and sub-regional requirements can consider transfer limits, outages, congestion patterns, all sorts of things. But again, keep it simple. Let's just start with AS, overlay uncertainty, and go from there. All right, next slide, please. So why evaluate the zonal framework? It's slide 13, George. So how did I get here? And again, I apologize, we didn't have to do these slides very quickly. So what you're gonna see now is basically my brain and then Callie Wells's brain and why we think it's really worth it to go forward with the zonal framework. And more thinking on this is needed, and we haven't been able to iterate with you, the stakeholders, we haven't been able to iterate with the CAISO on this. So maybe what I'm about to say is really stupid. I don't think it is, but it could be, and I think it deserves a discussion. So anyway, here's why I think we need to think about the zonal framework. So first, I already talked a little bit about the benefits, but where I started with were downsides to moving to a nodal design. The first little trigger was that the justification thus far on why nodal is needed, not desirable, but needed, seems weak. The deployment scenarios seem like they have unrealistic uncertainty assumptions. I have an issue with how it interacts with ancillary services. And now you get into Callie's brain, and she has a bunch of price formation issues with this. And then it leads to some complex market design elements for cross-product issues. And then we have implementation and market timeline risk. So I'm going to go through each of these, and each one has a slide or two. Next slide, please. And let's see, I didn't even ask. Can I tell if someone has a question? Please feel free to raise your hand. But maybe I'll get through this, and then at the end of it, I'll pause for questions there. James, does that sound okay?
Yep, sounds good. Thanks.
Okay. So, CAISO explanation of the need for nodal, and we just heard this a bit again. So the explanation of the need for nodal is due to the CAISO's experience with the flexible ramping product. But in my head anyway, this seems pretty weak. So first of all, day ahead deliverability isn't a thing. It's a financial market. It's day ahead. The flexible ramping product is a real-time product with physical that leads pretty quickly to physical deliverability. That, to me, that makes sense. It's real time. We want that to be nodal. We're within our, conditions where we see uncertainty materializing. Day ahead is a financial market where there is no deliverability. Nothing is being delivered. So that was the first trigger. And the next issue is that FRP wasn't originally zonal and then flipped to nodal. FRP was originally procured as a system-wide product. So that's not really evidence that a zonal won't work. That's evidence that a system product probably won't work. And I would never propose the imbalance reserve product to be a system product. Next, and I touched on this already, but FRP is a real-time product and it's procured dynamically based on actual conditions that we see. And then finally, and this is a little bit of a technical point, and thanks to PGP for pointing this out and pointing me to SPP methodologies on this one. But and this is something I think the CAISO should probably investigate, but a key difference between FRP and the imbalance reserve is that FRP is priced under an opportunity cost methodology. There aren't bids for that. So that means wind and solar and anything that has a low price basically has a $0 opportunity cost. And if those resources, which are typically far away, right, are behind a constraint, their opportunity cost would be zero. And thus, because it's a system requirement, they would be likely to be awarded. So, at a very high level, when you have an opportunity cost methodology with high renewable penetration, you're actually making it more likely to award a resource behind a constraint. If wind and solar could bid for the product, they would not bid zero because wind and solar would like to actually produce their energy because they get paid based on the megawatt hours they produce. That's how they generate RECs. So if you're talking about them providing the imbalance reserve product, they don't want to be held back to only be used in the case of uncertainty. They would like to flow as much as possible. So they certainly aren't going to bid zero, and we won't see this same problem materialize in the day ahead. And I know that's a very technical point, but we can have later workshops to work through this in more detail. So then that's why I'm not super convinced that this is at all analogous. The IRP is at all analogous with FRP. Additionally, we saw significant issues with the FRP implementation, and it just got implemented, 27 days ago? We don't even know how well it's working. And then finally, we noted that AS is procured zonally. So if zonal was an issue, I feel like we would have had concerns about AS procurement before the 2023 Stakeholder Policy Initiative Roadmap, where they're like, well, maybe we need to think about this. I think if we weren't actually getting deliverable AS, it would have been a bigger deal by now, and we would have heard about it. Right, next slide, please. So then from there, I thought about the nodal a little bit more, and I thought, okay, well, it's not needed, but maybe even if it's not needed, it's still desirable. And so that led us down kind of a different rabbit hole. So now when I started to think about, okay, well, how are you actually forecasting uncertainty at a nodal level? I thought, okay, how does this work? And I asked Callie, and she explained the deployment scenarios, and James just went through them. And Steve, you got there in the end. I was very pleased. Yes, Uncertainty materializes based on size. Functionally speaking, as George said, higher load, higher uncertainty, but not relatively higher uncertainty. We are not forecasting output, we are forecasting the potential change in output. So that means we really want solar in Bakersfield to have a different uncertainty than solar on the coast. Your example was load. I think that's true too. I think load in Bakersfield probably has a little bit different of uncertainty than load on the coast. And I think it's important to talk about that and to effectively formulate our uncertainty regardless of whether we go zonal or nodal. We actually need to talk how uncertainty materializes, because this has some significant implications on price formation. Because whenever you add a constraint to the market, you increase cost. And you don't want to increase cost. You don't want to increase price signals if that uncertainty does not actually materialize. And if you end up having systemic differences in where uncertainty materializes, you're going to end up building stuff in the wrong place. And there's probably going to be a whole bunch of financial games people can play with virtuals that we don't even want to get into. So let's just better forecast where uncertainty will actually materialize. Next slide, please.
I don't mean to cut you off, but there is a question in the queue.
Yeah,
if you want to take it, or if there's a better time to stop.
No, it's really hard to talk this much. I forgot that. So no, please.
Okay. Go ahead, Don.
Hey, Carrie, can we go back to slide 14? Or whoever's managing the slides.
Yeah, I mean, I can't, but yeah, go for it.
Okay, this is good. So on your first sub bullet here, I think, there is deliverability assumptions in day ahead. That's why we do congestion management in the IFM. And so in essence, based upon the information that's available at the time the markets run, it's absolutely deliverable. Do things change between day ahead and real time? Absolutely. But the market optimization isn't knowingly making non-deliverable scheduled awards to generators at all. And it's interesting, even if you look at RUC's actually nodal, because they want to make sure that that whatever they're procuring in RUC, or basic to get that muster obligation, that it's also deliverable to the transmission system that's known at that time. So I think it's deliverable. Do things change? Absolutely. But I think when you look at what's with the FRP, and you need to find a way to make sure that the market at the time it's run doesn't knowingly basically award FRP or imbalance reserves to something that it's known not to be deliverable at the time the market was run. And things are going to change, absolutely. And there can't be a standard where it's trying to make sure that there is no stranded capacity. There's stranded capacity in day-ahead energy schedules when transmission elements change. All of that changes. But the key is to make sure that the optimization doesn't knowingly create a problem. That causes price formation issues because it's basically not doing the correct trade-offs between the energy and the other products.
I mean, that's a little extraneous to the point I was trying to make there. I mean, obviously the day ahead market does congestion management, like no one's going to debate that. I think the point is that when you're procuring a product that addresses real-time uncertainty, the goal is to have it actually be financially, physically settled and deliverable in real time, and that you don't actually have to have nodal for that to happen. Right.
Well, I think
like AS, we have regulation. It's procured at a zonal level, and we have regulation that's dispatched all the time, and it's deliverable.
No,
and
yeah, no, I think you're right that AS is zonal.
Hold on, I'm still answering. And so, like, the key point that I'm trying to make here that I want to be really clear about is that yes, congestion management occurs, but there's no literature that says you have to have nodal to make something actually deliverable and not procured behind a constraint in the day ahead market. Many ISOs do zonal procurement. Many ISOs do zonal procurement for energy. That's actually a very common assumption to make, both in the bilateral and other ISO market. So maybe there's some reasons why in our market, we actually want to go to nodal, but you can't just say it's because you need it for day ahead deliverability, or you need it, right? That is just a false analogy. So I just want to be clear, sure, maybe it's needed, but that's just not, the right way to think about it or say it.
Okay, we'll agree to disagree on that. But the key with the second points that you're making here with regards to FRP that was procured system-wide, it actually, under the Western Energy Imbalance Market, has actually been procured zonally. And I think the experience there has shown that the zonal approach actually doesn't necessarily work. And it occurs for two reasons. The first is, again, one of the benefits of flexible ramping product and buying it in the Western EIM is that one balancing authority area can carry the FRP needs of another balancing authority area, and the other can carry the energy needs. And that's the benefits that they get by having the wider footprint and being able to trade both FRP and energy. And so what they did if you look at the FRP implementation, there are individual balancing authority area requirements. But to enable that trade to occur, they give credits for the import and export.
I'm sorry. I have a lot of slides. Yeah, I get your points, and please comment on them in the workshop. I just need to move on. But don't miss the forest for the trees. I understand all these very technical points. I'm just saying it's not super conclusive. When you combine the fact that it's not a true zonal constraints, not how we design it. When you consider, virtuals aren't delivered anywhere in day ahead. When you consider that, FRP is a real-time product where you could actually see uncertainty as it materializes. And when you consider it's an opportunity cost methodology, it's not a perfect analogy. I'm not saying it's not analogous at all. I'm not saying there aren't good parallels. There's certainly good parallels, and you articulated a lot of them. I'm saying, they're not good enough for me.
Carrie, you interrupted me so that I couldn't actually complete my 2 points that I want to make on FRP. So the second one is, so on the first one, you basically have to get the benefits of having that inter-BAA trade, you end up having to, it basically creates the zonal requirement gets to basically zero, unfortunately, at the BA level. The other issue is, so then, if you remember, CAISO was having issues because they were such a large percentage of the FRP system-wide demand that they put in place a minimum requirement in the CAISO, and they put that in as sort of a transitionary measure between the current approach and getting to the nodal FRP. And what the market optimization is doing there is, if you think about what FRP is, it's an insurance policy. It's bought on a demand curve that you buy it if the expectation is that the value it provides you in avoiding a spurious price spike is less than the cost it takes to procure it. So in tight system conditions, you basically will intentionally relax the minimum requirement in that balancing authority area because it's not worth holding on to the insurance policy because someone's having a problem right now. And so you'd rather basically serve the energy than run the risk of power balance constraint violation in the future. And so you lose that benefit as well. That the fact that the demand curve, which is a key element of FRP, basically undermines the zonal approach as well, puts you back to where you don't have an approach that's actually getting you what you want, which is making sure that the market doesn't do something wrong, which is award imbalance reserves or FRP knowingly based on the information it has at the time the optimization is run, where it's actually not going to be available.
All right, thanks, Don. Again, I don't think a lot of that is applicable to a day-ahead product, but as you said, we could agree to disagree. Let's keep moving on. Right, the CAISO cut into our time a little bit, and I don't want to interrupt Kathleen's time at all, so I'm going to try and get through. And we're 2 slides ahead.
You can keep moving, but there are 3 other questions in the queue, and you can decide when you want to take those questions.
Yeah, sure. Is this where I was? Sorry, can we go back one? Yep. Forecasting uncertainty changes. Okay. So yes, here's where we were. And I just saw in the chat a note to all the presenters that, I have mistakes in my presentation. And again, I'm sorry, totally possible. We did this, in like a day and a half. So mistakes are my own, not WPTF's. Please comment, and, we're going to have all the chance you want to comment on the presentations. And I would like to know where they're wrong. And I would be, happy to chat about it. Okay, so we talked about the uncertainty challenges, but I think this is a big one. I think we need to talk about it both. Either we go nodal, either we go zonal. Let's keep going forward though. All right, next slide, please. Okay, ancillary services are regulatory mandated capacity products to account for real-time uncertainty and contingency events. You know, you have regulation and then you have the spin and non-spin, which only are dispatched under contingency events. It is vitally important that operating reserves are deliverable, and they will be absolutely useless in a contingency event if they're not, and that could cause a massive grid failure. Doesn't matter how often they're deployed, when they are needed, they are critical for grid reliability. I want to make that point, right? They are mandated. We can have a grid failure if they're not deliverable. It is our understanding. I want to say this is kind of a callback from when I was at the CAISO, so maybe it's not true anymore. But at least when I was there, I asked why ancillary services were not re-optimized in real time. Because it seemed to me you could get a more efficient solution if you allowed the re-optimization of AS. And I was told they couldn't do this because operators wanted confidence that the resources that were awarded in day ahead will maintain these awards in real time. And that is again, because if these are not deliverable, if you can't actually count on them in real time, then you could cause a critical grid event. And no one wants that. So in my mind, anyway, again, in my mind, if AS is procured under a zonal framework and operators can just block a particular resource if they want behind a constraint, why isn't the zonal framework good enough for uncertainty? Next slide. And maybe it's not, but this is where I'm going with this. Okay, so if you have this hierarchy of importance where the CAISO says, via their enforcement of their penalty prices, meaning in the optimization software, what do they rank as most important? You ensure sufficient capacity is available to bid into real time to meet forecasted demand. And that is shorthand for a lot of stuff, right? But basically I'm saying they make sure that you meet the power balance constraint. And you make sure that you protect your AS schedules in real time. You actually hold them back. You don't re-optimize them. You hold them back at a penalty price. And then after that, you have the uncertainty product. You're not relying on the spot market. You're saying, I want to make sure that I have this uncertainty, but you release it in real time. You don't hold it back like you do AS. So it's committed as a hedge against real-time uncertainty. So given this hierarchy of importance, we believe that any IRP design should ensure that ancillary services are at least as likely to be deliverable in real time as imbalance reserve product. Next slide, please. We just don't want to get into a position where you end up procuring IRP at a nodal level and you end up maintaining AS at a zonal level. And then the optimization ends up prioritizing that IRP not being behind a constraint rather than the AS not being behind a constraint. And so how the nodal will overlap with the IRP, or sorry, how the nodal IRP would overlap with the AS zones is really concerning to me. And then the CAISO keeps throwing out, again, without data. So I don't know if it's true or not, but they say anecdotally there are problems with AS deliverability and the operators are blocking a bunch of resources. But like, if that's true, then having an IRP nodal product will just make that AS deliverability worse and operators will just have to block more resources. That seems like the absolute wrong outcome. So what we're saying is that if you go forward with nodal, and again, maybe there are reasons to go forward with nodal, but if you do, you have to provide evidence whether there are AS deliverability issues. Because if there are issues with AS deliverability, then you should adjust the zones. We cite to this in the appendix, but there are a lot of ways that the CAISO already has the flexibility to adjust AS zones if they're not working and they're leading to too many resources being blocked because operators don't think they're going to be deliverable in real time. And then the CAISO should evaluate, will these same zones work for IRP? Or if there's so many issues that it's just unworkable, then the CAISO should prioritize and add nodal AS to the scope of this initiative, not some future initiative where we're then going to end up prioritizing IRP over AS, but they should go in together and they should be considered together. Because again, in the hierarchy of needs, you want to prevent a catastrophic grid failure before you want to worry about, market efficiencies and better integrating uncertainty into your IFM market. Next slide, please. Okay. So now we're getting on to Callie's brain. All right, so this is Callie's brain. Callie Wells does most of our market optimization stuff. So here are the LMP price implications. So our general concern is that a nodal design will generate false price signals for energy and IRP because of the deployment scenario assumptions. Prices reflect congestion that will assume 100% of IRP will materialize, which we know is not true. So basically, you're adding the congestion component, assuming that uncertainty materializes. And again, this is high level. I know we're looking at like the 97.5% uncertainty, materializing. But I'm just saying, when you run the deployment scenarios, they're assuming that it's all going to be deliverable. And we know that it'll always be inaccurate because you're assuming 100% up and then 100% down. Now, I will make a note on this sub bullet that it is really unclear to me how the deployment scenarios will actually work. I think like the Cadillac equations would say we're going to test that both 100% upward and downward all materialize at the same time and it's all deliverable. But I think that would cause some market timeline issues. And I think there's some other constraints we want to add to the day ahead market. So my assumption is we're not going to end up doing that. And we're going to have to end up making some shortcuts that will impact the LMP price formation. So again, that's something that maybe talk about more, but high level, when you're including a congestion component, assuming that 100% of something materializes, you could end up sending a really incorrect price signal, because how well that price signal reflects real-time need will entirely be tied to, one, the congestion, and then two, how well your uncertainty requirement actually predicts uncertainty. And if you're just predicting uncertainty based on size, I don't think that's a good idea. Okay, the next one is, yep, I did that. So congestion patterns will be used to define procurement zones. Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay, so that's nodal. That's my issue with nodal. Zonal approach, the price signals are not dependent on these deployment scenarios. Congestion patterns will not impact the prices, which I think is more appropriate. Instead, congestion patterns will be used to define the procurement zones. So if you're looking at predictive congestion, you'll say, okay, that's where I want my zone. I want to procure resources within that area, rather than saying that's where the congestion materializes, or I think it will materialize, or will only materialize sometimes, and that's how I want to price the entire energy LMP. To me, that's just mixing things up, apples and oranges. Next slide, please. Okay, so next set of implications. So, and this is getting into the weeds a little bit more, and I highly encourage everyone to play with the CAISO solver on this one. So a nodal design may end up generating energy and IRP prices that really don't provide a clear market signal for each product at the location. And this has to do with the interactions between the bids. So it seems counter to the concept of nodal pricing if you can't interpret the meaning of each of the prices and the underlying components. You don't just care about the LMP, you care about the SMEC and the congestion component and the losses. That's really meaningful. Half the analysis we do on Gridwell just has to do with the congestion component. So we really need clean price signals, not just overall, but within each component, because that's what sends signals to the market on where to actually locate their resources, take financial positions, etc. So what's happening, at least as much as we could tell within the CAISO solver and how the nodal market is being formulated, is that you have an energy price for resources behind a transmission constraint, and these seem to be relatively higher than resources on the other side of the constraint. And that's not how it's supposed to work. If you're off behind a constraint, you're supposed to have a lower price relative to a resource on the other side of the constraint. And then when congestion occurs to the deployment scenarios, IRP prices are based on the energy offers from resources at other locations. And this one, I have to admit, is just confusing to me, and I think is an artifact of how the co-optimization is working. But we don't want to send IRP price signals based on an energy offer from a resource somewhere else. That is an incorrect price signal, and that will just confuse matters, because you'll end up saying that you need resources in an area that you don't really need in real time. Next slide, please. Okay, under the zonal approach, price signals are more transparent for both products. You have the energy price formulation, which remains unchanged other than, natural interactions. It's still co-optimized, right? So it's changed for that. And then prices for the IRP can reflect the value of upward, downward capacity in a general area more transparently. That is, I don't actually need to send a price signal to say I need a resource right here because of uncertainty. Typically, you could say, within this general area, here's where it would be great to locate storage, rather than that particular P node. We feel like that the reflecting the value of uncertainty more globally would be more beneficial as a price signal. Next slide, please. Okay, I only have a couple more slides, and then I think I should have plenty of time for questions. Okay, so a nodal design requires some complex other market design elements that also need to be evaluated. So, the first one is local market power mitigation. If you do nodal, you don't have to, but the CAISO seems to want to put local market power mitigation on top of that. There's no standard methodology for determining what a competitive IRP bid is. I think the CAISO pointed to spin, but that's really not that analogous, and that probably doesn't work for all resource types. So it's really tricky to come up with, what is, a competitive capacity offer. And so the competitive capacity offers used for mitigation may end up being based on energy offers when congestion occurs in deployment scenarios, because of that, again, weird intermixing between the products. And that doesn't make sense to us either. I think Dawn gave one great example on why you would, bid your transmission costs into the IRP, and how that would allow you to, reflect, hourly transmission. And so maybe we'll get more 15-minute bids. So that, again, has really nothing to do with what you may offer for, an hourly energy product, because those are two completely different products. And that's just one example. There are a lot of different examples, though, on why you would bid differently for this product than you would for energy. And then finally, another complexity is that if you go nodal, CRR holders will be harmed due to the implementation of a capacity product for real-time uncertainty, which ends up resulting in cost shifting between CRR holders and this product, or in the allocation of this product, which really doesn't make sense because CRR holders have really nothing to do with uncertainty. And I think the CAISO, to be fair, has some mitigating proposals on this. All right, next slide. Less complex under zonal, it just is. Market power mitigation can be addressed through a cap. There's no adverse impacts to CRR. It's just a little bit more transactable and transparent. Next slide, please. Okay, implementation and timeline risk. So a nodal design is just inherently more complex and has increased implementation risk and a higher probability that, you might end up having the day-ahead market results delayed. Also, just considerations, do we want to risk EDM implementation because of this? Just not sure. I'm just not super confident that we could implement this as designed. It's very complicated. This is why other ISOs don't do a lot of nodal stuff, because it's really hard to optimize nodally all the time. It'll require additional market processing time, and you could end up delaying day-ahead results. We've already heard that you can't use the Cadillac version of how you'd actually want to formulate the constraints because of increased computational times. So, and we're also a little bit concerned, like the reason why the CAISO doesn't want to move forward with the state of charge constraints that we feel are really needed for storage is because if you do nodal, it's already really complex and you're taking up a lot of optimization time, and having state of charge constraints are really complex and take a lot of processing time. So our concern is that you can't do both. And my feeling is if you can't do both, you should probably do the storage state of charge constraint. Again, maybe the CAISO can do both, but I would like to hear that and really be reassured that if we go down the nodal path, they're not going to risk market timelines. Their implementation isn't going to be delayed again and again, as it has been for other really complicated implementations. Next slide, please. Okay. So here's our wrap up, zonal versus nodal. And I recognize, just first off, I want to recognize I worked at the CAISO, I did policy design. I know how hard it is, to work on something and have someone bash it. So I'm not bashing it. The nodal design is good. I'm just saying there are other options that we should evaluate against it. Okay. And so I don't want to take this even as WPTF is supportive of going forward again with zonal, because we're not. We're supportive of an evaluation of these two frameworks against each other, an intellectually honest evaluation. And I'm going to talk about that at the end when I do the wrap up as well in our proposal. But just before we even get there, on how exactly we would compare the frameworks, just at a high level, we believe that stakeholders should want the CAISO to address the considerations within our proposal. We think these are normal questions for stakeholders to have, and they should be addressed prior to finalizing the proposal. We think that, they need to be thoroughly evaluated, and we should say, what are the costs? What are the benefits? And then it should be meaningfully considered. And all right, I'll pause there and take any questions.
Let's go to Seth.
Yeah, thank you, Seth, with DC Energy. I support a lot of Carrie's points, and I think part of the problem is here is that you're treating this like an ancillary service product in that you're uplifting the average cost, but yet because of co-optimization, there's actually a impact to the marginal cost of congestion, like Carrie noted. So what you have here is you're uplifting a cost, but yet not settling that cost of the IRP deployment scenarios at the marginal price. And it's just, there's some weird things there. And of course, one thing that falls out from that is the CR shortfall issue. And I think it's a novel concept, and I understand what you're trying to do, but I feel like there's really no workable path here forward where I've seen that you can have this without creating all these other issues. And I think there's also price formation issues, Carrie noted. So I just want to note that I think that these points are very valid, and I think they deserve more exploration.
Thanks, Seth. I appreciate that.
This is James, and I would like to respond that the ISO is in this extended stakeholder time been deliberating internally on how we might be able to close the gap on the congestion revenue issue that you brought up, and we'll be presenting our ideas to stakeholders next week and hopefully to the MSC on March 10th. So it is something that we are thinking about and working on.
Let's go to Ellen Wolf.
Here, thanks. Thanks. A lot of good points. You said something in the beginning of your talk that really caught my interest, and especially when Don then kind of leaned into this issue about nodal congestion. You actually gave the nodal design a plug in a sense by saying the forecasting at a nodal level can be more effective. But I don't know if I understand this right or not. The sense I got was there's not necessarily forecasting of uncertainty at the nodal level. There's sort of this overall assessment of uncertainty, and then it's sort of pro rata spread to the nodal level by the amounts that generators are generating and the amount that load is consuming. So it almost seems like the nodal forecasting is kind of a fallacy, and it may even be worse, sort of misplaced relative to a zonal forecasting. So it may be more of a question for James or the ISO than for you. But I thought that was really interesting, because if there's this belief that you've got better forecasting, but it's actually worse forecasting at a nodal level, then all these concerns you have about price formation are even more accentuated.
Yeah, maybe I misspoke. I think forecasting uncertainty is easier at a zonal level relative to a nodal level. I think it's really hard to forecast uncertainty at a nodal level. When I was talking with Dawn, I think what I was saying is that in the real time, you actually can see uncertainty materialize at the different nodes. And so it's easier to forecast nodal uncertainty in real time, just an hour away, than it is in the day ahead time frame. But overall, I agree with you. And part of the point I was trying to make is that, yeah, it's actually really hard to forecast uncertainty nodally. And it's much easier to say, I think out of this group of solar resources, there's going to be this much uncertainty, rather than this solar node, this amount of uncertainty will materialize.
And do I have it right, or that the ISO isn't even endeavoring to do that necessarily? They're just spreading the uncertainty by size.
Yeah, you have that right.
Okay, yeah, interesting. Thanks very much. Excellent points.
Yeah, thanks, Ellen.
All right, Raul.
Hi, this is Rahul Kavaskar from AES. Can you confirm you can hear me?
I can hear you, Rahul.
So, Carrie, I think you made some excellent points, and I also heard what Don had to say. So there are a lot of valid points and discussions about nodal versus zonal. If this is being addressed in Kathleen's presentation, let me know. Is what metric would you have to see that would sway your opinion between zonal and nodal? Right? Like we have heard a lot of qualitative response from both Kaiso and from you. What do we need to see that would say that, oh, nodal is better versus zonal in your mind?
Yeah, that's a great question. That actually is going to be addressed in detail in my wrap-up slides at the end. But I'll just say now, data. You know, show me that you could forecast uncertainty at a nodal level. You know, walk through these different elements and actually provide, you know, data. Can we not do it at a zonal level? Are we blocking AS all the time? Will there not be any issues? You know, if we procure one product nodally and another zonally, you know, even that one, I think I could be convinced with a well-reasoned argument. But I just need these to be addressed, I think, in some manner, ideally with data, to be convinced.
And then the second follow-up thought is, you know, we have been talking about DAME for, I don't know, 3-4 years now. And we are going from having nothing to having the best possible solution. Isn't it preferable to go much like incremental approach where people can gain trust in the proposal and then make incremental changes? So I don't know if zonal can go incrementally or nodal can go incrementally. If the markets can function for 5 years without DAME and uncertainty is increasing, I completely agree. But I think gaining confidence in the market would help everyone, you know, come to a solution rather than going from, you know, nothing to the best solution. Would you agree? And if you agree, what would be your, you don't have to answer now if it's today or in written comments. That would be good to hear, you know, how can we make incremental progress? And I think I'll stop here.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And, you know, if I were queen, I would start having operators actually break out, you know, okay, you're biasing for our forecasted uncertainty versus not, and start doing the operator bias processes a little better and documenting that better. Also, if I were queen, you know, there's something called non-contingent spin. For those of you who don't know, you can look it up in the BAPM. What it is, it's spinning reserves that are released as energy in real time. They're really analogous to the IRP. The only difference really is one is 15 minutes and one is 10 minutes. And so the CAISO now could not just have that contingency only flag and have all spin as contingent, but they could change their BPM, buy more spin, have it be non-contingent, and see how well it actually is deliverable in the market. There are a lot of kind of half measures and tests that we could take, and, you know, if I were queen, I would do them. Thanks, Raul.
Thanks.
And I am actually out of time and because Kathleen's actually presenting on the zonal construct where I just kind of whined a bit about why we want it. So I just want to make sure she has time for her full presentation. But please email me with any questions. Please provide comments. I will not be offended at all by anything you say. So yeah, please send it on over. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Carrie. All right, let me pull up the presentation for Vistra here. All right, Kathleen, we'll hand it over to you. Oop, I think you might be muted.
Double mute, what can I say? It's Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm struggling a bit with my slide deck because, and I apologize, I thought we were going in a slightly different order. So can we actually jump to the benchmarking section? I think that's the right place to start. Perfect. Let's start here. I think this is a better segue from where Carrie ended. So can we go to the next slide, please? So in the course of trying to be very intellectually honest and rigorous ourselves, the Vistra team has spent a lot of time talking about, but not only talking, but also investigating some of these topics. So we investigated what other markets, other FERC jurisdictional markets, are doing to address the very similar, if not exactly the same concerns, similar concerns to net load uncertainty. We've also done some analysis, and some of that, and both of these I'll be presenting on today. But to start with the benchmarking analysis, all independent system operators or regional transmission organizations, so I'll just say ISO RTOs, either have adopted a day-ahead uncertainty product or are in the process of developing one, with a slight caveat and clarification that I'm pretty loose in when I say developing one, that at least one of the markets has said it's on its plan in the next 5 to 10 years. So very for future looking development. A couple things to think about is that a properly designed day-ahead flexibility product should unlock significant value for flexibility attributes that would further incent flexibility on the system. A poorly designed one would expose resources to significant operational risks without providing commensurate payment or compensation for incurring said risks. A few common themes emerged to us when we reviewed the ISO RTO's kind of design directions. The first is that there is a focus on a system or zonal product. Second is that as far as we understand, they're all focused on upward uncertainty requirements, obviously except for regulation. Some markets are continuing to further develop their regulation market. And the last is things about disincentivizing inflexibility. Go to the next slide. The more I talk about this benchmarking, I think the more that those three common themes will make sense. There are ongoing efforts across the country to address changing grid needs due to net load uncertainty. I'm going to be brief on the California ISO because you should all know day-ahead market enhancements, which began in 2018 and is ongoing now. It's targeting an end of 2023 implementation if approved. But let's not lose sight of extended day-ahead market is another incredibly important initiative that has been underway and recently approved by the board and pending the tariff revisions in a filing at FERC that will also address CAISO's net load uncertainty and other areas' net load uncertainty through imbalanced reserves procured EDAM-wide. It also goes without saying, we should all know that WEAM is another tool to address CAISO net load uncertainty and has long been, through the EIM benefit studies, support how the ability to coordinate together leads to these increased benefits in times when there's surplus or deficits of energy. Now let's move to another market, Southwest Power Pool. Southwest Power Pool launched a holistic integrated tariff team to do work back in like 2018 to 2019. And this team put together a list of recommendations, among which was a real-time day-ahead uncertainty product. The day-ahead uncertainty product, that was, I would say, that worked through the stakeholder process and was approved for filing in 2021. It was filed, I believe, in 2022 and approved, filed January 28th of 2022. And it did receive FERC approval on August 16th of 2022. So SPP has a day-ahead uncertainty reserve product that has fairly recently been approved, and it is under implementation for end of 2023. Goes without saying that its energy imbalance services market also provides an important tool to manage net load uncertainty. For ISO New England, I say this is the next market that's pretty far along. The Day-Ahead Ancillary Services Initiative includes a proposed new imbalance reserve product for the day-ahead. Its goal is to try to file by the end of 2023, targeting a 24 or 25 implementation. As we move to the bottom of this matrix chart, we get farther away from the go live or the implementation, but still identifying this as a problem statement and how are they going to address it. New York ISO has its Energy and Ancillary Services Initiatives. There's a suite of them. These initiatives are spanning multiple different efforts, and you can see them, and I've linked to all of the supporting documentation online. In its 2022 master plans, kind of like the roadmap that we do, you can see that they are planning to target balancing intermittency concerns, which in 2022 through 2025 go live, review the real-time market structure. That's actually about the timeline to some extent. 25 to 27 and beyond. That's a big lift, as we all know, to talk about real-time market timelines, so makes sense why that one's taking more time. Dynamic reserves, 22 to 26, more granular operating reserve regions, 25 to 27, separating reg up and down. I mentioned refinements to reg. That'll be 25 to 27, and then also 5-minute transaction scheduling, better regional coordination. They don't have an imbalanced market that they participate in, so they don't have the benefit of the WEAM or SPP's Western Energy Imbalance Services market to lean on that. So they're looking at improvements to 5-minute intertie scheduling. Pivot over to Mid-Continent ISO. They have a reliability imperative effort, which includes this Markets of the Future report that I think is very helpful, so I've linked to that as well. It lays out the plans that MISO has for addressing evolving needs from today all the way through 2035. In PJM, this is the one that is much more forward-looking. PJM does not believe that they have flexibility issues today, but they are concerned that if they're not valuing flexibility, that it does not incent the right investments in the capacity fleet, in the fleet on the grid to meet system needs. So they are planning to address flexibility in the next 5 to 10 years. In the near term, what they're trying to do is consider, well, can we revise our uplift rule? Can we create new uplift mechanisms to incent flexibility and disincentivize deviation? Next slide. So I wanted to kind of break this down, and I'm not going to read this, but these are some what I thought were useful quotes on the problem statement, because a part of the goal of this initial workshop for our extension to DAME is to get more comfortable with the problem statement. What I think is important to realize is that every single market, with the exception of PJM, who does not think that they're seeing it in a near-term, mid-term basis, all of the jurisdictional markets but PJM have identified net load uncertainty as a credible risk, and one that is increasing as all of their fleets change. New York also has aggressive climate goals, and so that is a big part of their focus, is how can they address these flexibility concerns without undermining New York's goals. It's similar to how I believe we think in California. SPP, they have a lot of wind, they have a lot of intermittency as well, which makes sense why they already have progressed to an uncertainty reserve product. ISO New England is continuing to become concerned with their net load uncertainty as well. This is, again, because of the increasing penetration of weather-dependent resources, which continues to grow. And if you're familiar with ISO New England, offshore wind is a huge thing out there. And so they're expecting a great deal of additional capacity coming from these variable energy resources. So that's top of mind. MISO, similar, has a lot of intermittent resources. And so they also have concerns with the ability to manage through changing conditions. PJM still is concerned. I think it's important to know that while it is very far out, how they are, their plan to try to build new products, they're starting to see the beginning of what I think we saw back in our, I want to say 2018, with our thermal retirements. So PJM is finally, so they're seeing it, and the thermal retirements are starting to occur, and as new resources are exiting the queue, they're becoming concerned that the new resources don't have the flexibility that they need to support system needs. So I do think that it's a little bit lagged but they're getting there. And so I think 5 years probably makes sense. Next slide. So a few more details. So let's talk about what is the design direction? Okay, so we all share this concern in some way, shape, or form across the nation. Just a slightly different resource mix, load mixes, and perspectives. What are we going to do about it? SPP's direction was to implement a real-time market ramp capability product for 10 to 20-minute ramps, similar to FRP, I would say. In the day ahead, they are working on implementing an already approved new product of an uncertainty reserve upward zonal product that would procure ramp capability for a 1 hour horizon to be implemented in 2023. I think a very important part of these proposals and these themes is monitoring and intraday monitoring and planning is still really important to support reliability. So even with these new products, SPP is going to monitor and assess for transmission deliverability intraday to ensure reliable deployment in the real time of what it's procuring. Again, I mentioned this is a zonal reserve upward product. It can be set at either the system or the zonal level. From hearing them talk about it, I kind of think that they think it'll be system more than they think it will be zonal. But if there's a need identified for deliverability in their intraday planning, they do have the ability to enforce that more granular zone to mitigate that risk. I have some additional details here that are more on the offering and the clearing. For the sake of time, I'm going to skip them, but I will offer to go through more of these at one of the future workshops, so that makes sense. Probably the important thing here is that it is a co-optimized product. It would set a marginal clearing price based on the marginal resources opportunity cost pricing, and if an offline resource is marginal, then also its uncertainty reserve offer. The reason this is important is because SPP's day-ahead product does not allow offers from online resources. The uncertainty reserve offer is actually an amortized commitment cost for offline resources to bring them online to be able to meet those needs. Next slide. What about ISO New England? I mentioned in the next one, not approved, but getting there. They're planning to file end of 2023, a day-ahead energy imbalance reserve upward system product. The purpose of the product, to fill the energy gap or imbalance when the real-time load forecast is greater than the physical day-ahead cleared supply in each hour. Really emphasizing that it's only the greater, this is an upward uncertainty requirement. It functions like a call option on real-time energy. So if you're a finance side, it makes a lot of sense. It's a real-time call option. It imposes a financial position that internalizes the replacement cost to the market if the awarded resource does not perform in real time. This provides incentives to provide that real-time energy when needed. If the resource is scheduled in real time, you receive that real-time energy price. If the resource is not available in real time, you have to pay that incremental real-time market replacement cost of undelivered energy at the delta between what you were awarded, or the delta between the real-time market price and a strike price, because again, it's an option that was agreed to when you were awarded. The day-ahead imbalance reserve product, again, I mentioned financial exposure, system upward, additional details on the settlements. This is more appropriate for a deep dive when we start getting into kind of the bids, offers, and the clearing. Next slide. Okay, so what are our friends in New York doing? Our friends in New York are not right now working on designing a day-ahead uncertainty product, but they still have net load uncertainty concerns, and they have deliverability concerns, actually quite a bit in different areas. And so, or I should say, they have serious concerns with very specific locations. New York City definitely normally separates from the rest of the system. I don't recall how Long Island participates, but there is something for Long Island in here. So New York ISO is going down the path of dynamic reserve requirements for each zone. Why do they want to make granular zones and have dynamic requirements? Overall, this lowers the cost of reserves through more precisely calculating dynamic requirements. Number two, more granular operating zones. Initially, they were focused on New York City. So that's a constrained load pocket that has deliverability risks. So they are considered that. So that is their first area that they've identified that they would like to establish a granular zone to procure reserves for. Importantly, they're also working on their price formation, improving shortage pricing for AS. What does that mean? Well, they're looking at whether or not there's better values for the demand curves based on value of loss of load. They want to disincentivize inflexibility with better incentives to follow dispatch and respond to ramp and flex needs. This is focusing on Long Island reserves a little bit, I think. Just going to kind of reiterate appropriate price signals for responsive resources as a focus, multiple different flexibility attributes. They're focused on the 5-minute external transaction scheduling enhancements to explore how best to schedule every 5 minutes with neighboring areas, and then improvements to its reg design. Next slide. Okay, so to MISO. MISO is also pursuing potential enhancements, including an adaptation of a reserve and ramp product suite to prepare for higher levels of uncertainty. They're starting with dynamic requirements using probabilistic zonal forecasts. How are they thinking about doing this? First, they want to create a daily risk assessment that would show the risk to manage on a given day and what is needed and probably where it's needed to mitigate those risks. They would be using that daily risk assessment to then create dynamic reserve requirements that will operationalize and automate the analytical and meteorological expertise of MISO based on these daily risk assessments. They're also working on ensuring zonal deliverability through transmission planning. They think it's really important that if there's a persistent probability of stranded AS or difficulties getting reserves into specific areas over, let's say, 40%, 50% data points, that might need to actually be addressed. And that needs to be addressed with a durable solution, such as upgrading the grid to be able to reliably support reserves. They are looking at proactive transmission upgrades to ensure sufficient transmission to support power flows across the system. They're pretty transparent that they are working to better quantify the various uncertainties to improve their existing tools, inform operator decisions, and over the long term, identify the products to maintain the reliability and efficiency of their system. A bit farther out, but they're really laying the groundwork in a great way. Next slide. And because I think they're laying the groundwork well, I'm going to lean in harder. I think it's helpful that, and these charts are from the FERC docket. There's a technical conference on energy and ancillary service markets, kind of like the picture of the grid is how I thought of it, but asked a lot of interesting questions about challenges. MISO provided both of these graphics, I believe, but so this is a visual of what they're envisioning. They would perform probabilistic forecasts with multiple different pieces of information: load, wind, solar, generation availability, pretty critical. Fuel security is pretty big in other markets, fuel availability, risks of that, net scheduled interchange differences, which is also probably a great idea, and transmission congestion. They do show their progress on that, and they're making lots of progress with load and wind, and they're having moderate progress on incorporating the other elements into their probabilistic forecast, and transmission congestion, it looks like it's lower on their progress level. Eventually, it'll all be complete, and it would feed into their daily risk assessment that they're working on building. This will include visualization, scenarios, data analytics, aggregate uncertainty at these levels, at these zones. This daily risk assessment of this aggregate uncertainty forecast based on a probabilistic forecast will feed into the dynamic reserve requirement that will now allow, hopefully, reduced operator commitments and inform future market design for products. Once they have the data on a daily basis and they have that at hand, that's what they're going to use to help inform them on what kind of future product design they might want to propose to implement in their product, in their market. On the deliverability side, I put a couple quotes here that I thought were interesting about how they're looking at triggering transmission upgrades for persistent deliverability issues. I also think what resonated to me is that reserves need to be deliverable at a certain level. We manage it because our reserves, our CAISO's reserves historically have been very deliverable. We block AS from specific resources if we have concerns with their deliverability, but on a zonal, but really system level, we haven't identified persistent issues. At least we haven't supported them analytically in the stakeholder process. Next slide. I'll just finish with PJM, that I think that PJM is working on something important currently, even though they're deferring a few training for a product into 5 to 10 year horizon. They still really want to disincentivize inflexibility. So they're looking at developing new rules and processes to disqualify resources for uplift credits when they do not adequately follow PJM dispatch instructions. They're investigating flexibility metrics to explore a new product in the next 5 years. And of course, to increase incentives for demand flexibility, which makes sense. I will stop here. I will caveat that I'm a CAISO stakeholder. And so this is my understanding of what the other markets are doing, the emerging common themes that we saw that we wanted to share with everyone for the benefit of knowledge sharing. But I'm happy to take questions before I move on to my next section.
Silas, do we have any questions over the phone?
There are no questions on the phone line at this time.
Awesome, great, thank you. I would like to go back to the downward product presentation. Thank you, sorry about that. Okay, so before moving on to the zonal conceptual design, I want to spend some time on why aren't you going to see a downward proposal from Vistra at this time? But I want to caveat, so the way that we approach this section of our presentation is we want to provide information. We've landed on a specific conclusion as of today. If more data and information is brought to us, we are very open to reevaluating and moving our position based on data-driven information. So data-driven decisions is what we're hoping to bring to this process. So with that light, I want to provide some data. So the next slide. Okay, so I want to frame the downward product. We think it's really important that we all ask and answer the question of whether or not downward and balanced reserve products are necessary, and consequently, whether a downward product will even surface value for decremental capacity or not. Downward capacity is capacity online or scheduled to be online at a specific operating point that can be decremented, moved down, decremented down if real-time needs materialize that are lower than the day-ahead market award. But importantly, alternatively to decking down internal generation is that in WEAM, when there are excess renewables and there would otherwise be a desire to decrement downward capacity for balancing purposes within a specific BAA, this excess supply can support off-system lean transfers rather than the market curtailing the internal supply. And this concept should also be effective under EDAM so that the benefits are maximized. Next slide. I'm going to give a little bit of background. The existing residual unit commitment process for maintaining merit order of integrated forward market cleared physical supply is to represent cleared supply in the supply stack with a RUC adder. The RUC adder is a negative $250 per megawatt hour adder. So we subtract 250 from the energy offers, but if let's say the energy offer was 251 minus 250, you're still capped at 0. The other important background information, I think, for us all to know, is that the existing real-time market process for cleared day-ahead energy awards to be made available into real time are twofold. First, you can submit a self-schedule. That's a price taker offer. It is valued in the scheduling run at a penalty price. I should say it is valued in the RUC scheduling run at a penalty price, or sorry. I'm looking and I'm thinking I'm confusing myself. Okay, I think valued at real time scheduling run at a penalty price of negative $400 per megawatt hour. Ooh, my slide changed. Can you go back? Thank you. And negative $800 under the different offer caps. So under a $1,000 offer cap, it's negative $400. Under a $2,000 offer cap, it's negative $800. Now, just remember that when we go into the pricing run, these penalty prices are adjusted to align with the bid floor because we're on the over generation side of the stack. The second thing is an economic offer. So an economic offer could be the same as an IFM offer. It could be a different value, but it could be the same price point. It would allow an incremental or decremental instructed imbalance energy award relative to the IFM award. I know Carrie was emphasizing the economic offers and concerns with there not being enough economic offers. I just wanted to give clarity that these are the two paths for how the day-ahead cleared awards feed into real time. The last thing I want to make sure that we're consistent on is that for multi-stage generators, if the real-time market sees a self-schedule on any configuration, there is a specific logic that kicks in. I'm going to call that the real-time binding configuration logic. This logic kicks in and it makes the binding configuration the higher of the IFM award or the RUC schedule. I want to reemphasize, this is real-time market logic. Next slide.
Hey, Kathleen. I don't want to cut you off. You can pause at any time, but I am letting you know there is a question on the phone.
Yeah, and I actually see it's Pitar. And Pitar, if you have any clarifications, I would really appreciate that. Please do.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I can.
Okay, so first, your presentation is very good. You really raised all the legitimate concerns about nodal implementation. So it was not necessary to say that we don't need locational implementation because transmission is not the thing in financial path of the market, because every market for energy has to have transmission. If there is no transmission, there is no congestion component to LNP. There is no LNP, so you just have MAC plus loss. So every market in US, every ISO RTO, in their day ahead, in their IFM-like run, they have to have transmission. So transmission is the thing. So there is no need for that kind of argument to say because transmission is not the thing, then that's why we don't need locational procurement for imbalance requirement up. Now you raised many.
There's a comment for me. This is Kathleen. I think he's commenting on my presentation, just to clarify. Pitar, this is Carrie. That's Kathleen. And we're wearing blue and we both have brown hair and we're really tiny on your screen. But just to make sure, different people. Okay. But I completely agree with you and I'll fix the presentation. Yeah. Sorry,
I'm gonna make comments on both of those. Obviously, all other ISOs, RTOs are using zonal approach. That doesn't mean that zonal approach is good because there are many things that they're not doing that Kaiser is doing, and they're not doing because they don't want to do it or they cannot do it. Now, there are many of these concerns that are very hard and very time-consuming to kind of investigate. And I think this whole proposal is not well cooked yet by Kaiser. They really need to really focus on all these, again, very valid concerns. One that I would like to point out is something that is big risk for, in my opinion, the biggest risk. And I would really like Kaiser/George to publish how they are going to implement this transmission constraints for IRU. I'd say, let's forget for imbalance reserve down. Let's say for imbalance reserve up. Because there are many ways to do that, and none of them is very promising from performance point of view, because transmission constraints that we learned when we tried to develop 15 minutes day ahead of the market are performance killer. Not just for real time, they can definitely kill performance for day ahead. So CAISO may not be able, especially for largest footprint, to solve the market with the current timeline of 3 hours. The reason for that is that those constraints, those transmission constraints that we have right now for energy, if you add, again, there are multiple ways to add, that's why I'd like George to show how they plan to add it. If you add corresponding constraints for a delivery of imbalance reserves, you can triple or quadruple number of those transmission constraints, and they are very dense. And they cannot be managed easily, because if you start increasing thresholds for shift factors, you start getting some other problems in pricing. So it would be very important for CAISO to kind of publish how they want to do it, and then to investigate a little bit with some more realistic scenarios, not in real time, but they don't have a significant number of binding transmission constraints. They need to investigate that in day ahead with a reasonable size model, and then decide, are they going to do this just for base case, or they're going to do it for base case and contingency case? For me, that's by far the biggest risk, and it's the lesson learned when some years ago, we wasted a full year trying to solve 15 minutes day ahead market and we failed. Thank you.
No, thank you, Petar. That was fabulous. I really appreciate all those thoughts. I want to formalize it as a request for the CAISO, and I hope you don't mind, James. I'll just point to you. I think that Petar's request for additional information on this topic will really be helpful in teasing out our discussions next week. So hopefully you can bring some of that back. That last question about the base case or the contingency cases is really important. And there's also some background a lot of folks don't know about critical constraints. So if you could explain critical constraints next week and how they impact the markets, that would be really helpful. So thanks, Petar, but I'm going to actually pivot and ask the CAISO to help with that next week and move on to my next slide. I wanted to carve out a little time just to make sure that, and I think Petar, you might still be unmuted. I think I can just unify that. Perfect. There's a little confusion over whether or not an element of the DAME proposal is actually needed within DAME if it is being used as a use case for reliability capacity down or not. And this is the MSG transition element of the RUC proposal. CAISO's RUC proposal is to allow RUC to transition MSG down to the lowest configuration. The problem statement is operations issues real-time EDs to MSGs to operate in a lower configuration, and CAISO argues it would avoid out-of-market action. We understood CAISO, so I understand, I understand the CAISO proposal to change RUC to fixed energy schedules is removing some of the current, well, it's a new optimization proposal, but it's removing the process of including day-ahead awards plus a RUC adder in the supply stack to maintain the merit order of the cleared energy awards. And it's also removing the ability to allow RUC to relax into those offers during overgen conditions. We can also call that RUC cut. So allow RUC to cut off supply offers during overgen. I have some concerns that this change may lead to more RUC overgen infeasibilities. I just want to flag it. I think it needs to be investigated. If the CAISO's, but let's take that's your proposal. Okay. If the CAISO's intent is to award reliability capacity down to MSG for that configuration so that in real time, the lower configuration is binding instead of the IFM cleared configuration, respectfully, your proposal does not achieve this end. As I mentioned, the logic is in real time on the real-time binding configuration. So, but you didn't propose any real-time changes. So since no real-time binding configuration logic changes are proposed in the final proposal, we believe that the goal pivoted from something maybe operational into providing more information to operations for its intraday planning. And what I mean by that is that today, if we are allowing, that might allow operators to see what resources could be receiving some kind of down award, but it won't change the real-time binding configuration. Again, since no real-time binding configurations are proposed, the real-time binding configuration logic will stay the same, higher of IFM or RUC. Even if there is a RUC schedule that looks lower, it's still the higher of. So the IFM would set the binding configuration. You didn't propose any changes to this in your proposal. Without real-time binding configuration logic changes, the real-time market will set the IFM configuration as binding when a self-schedule is submitted. Next slide. So your proposal failed to explain this current real-time binding configuration logic and why the real-time market may not be able to transition the MSG to the lower configuration or another more economic decremental choice to address the congestion that you identified has been observed. Further, respectfully, your proposal fails to support that RUC congestion, so a congestion observed in RUC materializes in real time. That data is really important. Any changes to the real-time binding configuration logic, which might avoid operator action, has not been stakeholdered and would need to be vetted before any proposal, including that, would be advanced to the board. We, as stakeholders, especially those who own and operate multi-state generators, which we do, we need to understand why CAISO believes its real-time market cannot address the congestion observed in RUC and would need these changes to the real-time binding configuration logic. I'm going to put forward another potential answer to this problem statement. The CAISO market design sends signals to operate to your day-ahead market schedule. We do believe that changes are needed to better incentivize real-time flexibility. I also think those are in scope of price formation. A few things that jump out at us that, again, would need to be stakeholders, hopefully in price formation effort, is that the day-ahead market sends the stronger signal to operate to the day-ahead schedule. We should be focusing on increasing the real-time price formation so the real-time sends the strongest signal to perform based on real-time needs. Through these price formation improvements, I think we will increase the likelihood of economic offers being submitted instead of self-scheduled and more successfully remove the need of these out-of-market actions. I wanted to cover this content because I want to make sure that if this was the one use case that was kind of getting gelled, these are the reasons that I do not believe that the actual change has been proposed or vetted, and we should be moving this discussion point to the price formation discussion. Okay, so now that we've taken, the MSG issue we can put to the side. So now let's move on to the bigger, broader question. Next slide. So now I want to delve into, is there a need for any new downward product, whether that's reliability capacity or imbalance reserves? Next slide. Sorry. Okay, so I wanted to reference a discussion that we had February 8th Regional Issues Forum meeting on resource efficiency evaluation. In that meeting, Nevada Energy recommended that the downward resource efficiency evaluation consequences should not exist. To us, this recommendation is appropriate or would be appropriate if there is a surplus of downward capacity and flexible capacity across the lean. It would align with our theory that there is surplus capacity, including flex capacity. And even if treated, so let's say, and this is getting a bit RFE, but it's the discussion of do we transition from physical consequences to financial consequences? On the downward side, you could kind of do the same thing, but because there's a surplus, it would likely be a $0 cost to exceed those limits. There's also some value add of providing exports off your system if you have them. And there's some reasons that would happen, is likely because uncertainty didn't materialize. On the new reliability capacity down product, I have a question. We have a question of could these reduce lean benefits and potentially EDAM benefits? One question I want to work through examples, and I would ask CAISO to think about this for the next week of meetings as well. Here's one question that's pressing on my mind. If there is a new ruck down product that reserves downward capacity, is it allowed to support lean transfer still? Okay, pivot to the imbalance reserve product. So now on a new imbalance reserve down product, if there is sufficient surplus of flex capacity across lean and likely EDAM, is it not expected that the clearing price would be roughly zero? And kind of embedded in that is, if there's a surplus, we're getting more than we need, it would value it at zero. Is it worth the cost of implementing a new product and introducing complexity for something that has a $0 marginal price? Next slide. Move to the next slide, please. Okay. So now let's look at some data. I'm showing some graphics from DMM's 2021 annual report. The 2022 hasn't been published yet. We can update this as soon as it is. These graphics look at resource efficiency evaluation failures. When I look across these, what I see is that there are greater challenges on the upward capacity and flex test than there are on the down. The left-hand column is the frequency of upward capacity test failures by month and area. So you'll see all of the EIM areas on the left. Month is on the horizontal axis. And down from there, you'll see the frequency of upward flex. So on the left-hand side of your screen, you should see capacity, you should see the upward. And on the right-hand side, you should see the downward trends. So again, on the top, we have the downward capacity test failures. The bottom on the right is the downward flex test failures. If you look at this even visually, you can see that there's more instances of up failures, whether it's capacity or flex, than there are of down failures. Next slide. In looking through this data, I noticed some BAs never fail the downward test, whether it's capacity or flex. And that got me kind of interested. And so I decided to look into this a bit further. So here's some further analysis into downward surplus. So we analyzed CAISO's ability to pass the downward capacity and flex test because CAISO has a significant impact on SMEC. In the real-time lean, couple things to be clear on the approach. Use the binding T40 results during July 2022 to December 2022. The reason for this is because there's a specific data input that became available in July, and that is the ramp capacity data point. The other thing is that when you look at these numbers, the approach to estimate surplus is the requirement for the flex test. So this is flex down only. Requirement for the flex test is minus the ramp capability that was estimated during that test, T40 time point, equals your downward ramp capability. A positive value would be a shortage, a negative value is a surplus. I'm showing this for every hour. And so for every hour, you can see the average surplus, the smallest surplus, and the largest surplus. Also at the bottom, you can see the total average, the smallest of all hours surplus, and the largest surplus. When James was giving his presentation earlier, recall back to he was showing you those imbalance charts and how the imbalance, the difference of imbalances could go up. And I think generally instead of roughly 4,000 megawatts up and down, but can dip 6,000 up and 6,000 down. What is so fascinating is that even a single BAA pole, CAISO, which granted it's a large portion of the load, large load share, but still even a single BAA, even the smallest surplus during this data range is greater than 6,000 megawatts. So the smallest surplus from a single BAA could cover that downward imbalance data that we saw earlier during today. I also want to caveat the next step to really expand on this analysis that we should be doing is to pull in the other wean BAAs to see what is the average smallest and largest surplus across the entire wean and how that can absorb. I think this is an important start to that analysis, and it's indicative that we, even from a single BAA, the CAISA BAA, have a sufficient amount of downward capability already being made available. I don't even want to say the 29,000. So I'll say on an average basis, it's 13,000 across all hours. Let's go to the next slide. Logically, I think this flows well into, let's look at the SMEX. So let's size the oversupply risks in the 15-minute market to see what our operational challenges are. This is 2021 and 2022 15-minute market system marginal and energy cost. Couple of notes, the bid floor is at -150. So I put my bins for my histograms at -150 up to basically 50 and above, because we're focusing on the overgen side, which is the negative side of our stack. The other thing is that if the market gets into, how can we kind of get some sense of if the market is not able to manage this overgeneration? It's when, at least as a start, to start investigating, SMEX are below -150. When we look at the SMEX for 21 and 22, what you can see here is that the majority of them are well above zero. In fact, if you look at zero, it's 1.88% of the entire data set is zero or below. A very small part of the data set is showing overgeneration indicators at all. Let's go to the next slide. Oh, I should probably clarify that the blue is your cumulative percent and the green bars are the frequency. So refer the green bars to the left axis and the cumulative to the right axis, please. Sorry for any confusion. So I wanted to zoom in a little closer because, again, downward is all about overgen and about needing to manage overgen. So let's size the oversupply risk by zooming in on less than or equal to zero. Again, you'll see it's 1.88% of all the data set now is that we're looking at. Most of them are in the 0 to -10 range, a little in the -10, about 109, -20 range. Anything below that, there are two frequencies. And if we go to the next slide, I've identified which hours these are. So, SMEX greater than -11. The two that are the outlier-like values were on August 14 of 2022, hour beginning 7, 7:45, and 7 o'clock. The 7:45 value was a -$139 per megawatt hour, and the 7 o'clock was a -$80 per megawatt hour. Importantly, these are below -150. We have not hit our bid floor, and we definitely aren't seeing overgen penalty price feeding into that SMEX. At least that's how I interpret this data. The other thing I think is interesting is kind of an interesting time to have those outliers. This is Oasis data. If I'm not entirely certain if the values on Oasis are pre or post price correction. So it would be interesting and helpful for the CAISO to validate that these are good, that these are post price correction or not, and, going into next week's meetings. That'll help us know if these are accurate prices or if we should consider them as corrected. And that would even narrow our data set to a much more narrow one of up to -20 for all instances. Okay. I wanted to give you, be completely intellectually honest. Okay, so let's move from, even though the RUC down and the imbalance reserve down products are really about helping to prepare moving into the 15-minute market, I think it's still important for us to look at 5-minute market. Are we still seeing the same trend? So let's go to the next slide. Okay, so now we're in the 5-minute market. Same 21 to 22, 5-minute market data, SMEX. We did notice that the percent of the data set that is, I think I said above 0, I mean below 0. So had prices that were closer to the overgen side, so sorry for the typo, I'll fix that, we can repost, increased from 1.88% to 3.24%. So if you see that 0, and again, I've clarified on the chart that instances are above the bin number. So 0 to -10, 5,997 5-minute intervals, that's 3.24% of the entire data set. Most of all SMEX are trending towards the undergen risk side. But there are some more instances that are on moving towards the overgen side in the 5-minute data. So let's zoom in further. Next slide. Okay, so less than or equal to 0. What do we got? 3.24% of the data set. More data points that are moving along this overgen side. So we do see 7 that are -40 to -50. You see 1 between -60 and -70. But still very small amount of this data set. Again, that's like even the 7, that's 0.01% of the data. Can we go to the next slide? And I wanted to highlight again what hours are on in the less than -150, because this is, I think, a good proxy for could the market manage the overgeneration or not, is prices that are below -150. There were 3 instances of this on September 8th of 2022 p.m., September 7th, 7:35 p.m., September 8th, 2022, 12:50 a.m., ranging between -155 to -164. I again want to make the caveat that if these were corrected, it would be super helpful to know, or if these are good quality data points that we pulled. Still, at some point we can follow up offline. Can you go back to the last slide for me one more second? I just want to highlight one more thing before I open for questions. Go to slide 15. All of these, if you look at the cumulative percent table on the bottom, you'll see that we're looking at 0% to 0.01, 0.01, 0.01, 0.02 before we can get to -30, 0.05 before -20, 0.38% at -10. And then there's a decent amount in that 0 to -10. These don't, to us, indicate that the market cannot manage overgeneration. I think these results on the SMEC, both in the 15-minute market and 5-minute market, downward surplus capacity analysis that we talked about a few slides before. Let me stop and see if there's any questions. Yes, I see one hand from Kirsten. Can we make sure she is unmuted?
Go ahead, Kirsten.
I don't know how.
Now we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Sorry. Wanted to thank you, Kathleen, for putting all of this together. I think you're making a rather compelling case here with the data. I was concerned a little bit from a process perspective. I've been really excited to hear your overview of the zonal design, and looking at the time, I'm a little concerned that we're spending so much time on the downward product while the kind of the key attraction here from my perspective, selfishly, is the zonal versus nodal. And I wanted to just make sure, can you give us an overview of kind of when we get to that?
Yeah, no, great question. It is next. So if that is the main attraction, the less questions on this section will get us there faster. And Carrie also said she would graciously grant 5 minutes of her time.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
Honestly, Kathleen, you could take close to 10. Mine is just a proposal for moving forward, and I would prioritize yours. So let's say, 4:55.
Okay, great. Awesome. Thanks, Kirsten. Is there anything else?
Looks like there is one more question in queue from Petter.
Yes, let's take Petter. Petter, I would just re-emphasize, we do have one, I have one more deck.
Petter, you might be muted.
This is very important slide presentation. If you are able to eliminate requirements for imbalance reserve down, that can significantly simplify implementation of locational imbalance reserve up. It will practically eliminate all the issue about price formation, issues with counter flows caused by down toward energy, up toward energy, and so on, and may make even feasible implementation or location of imbalance reserve up if performance is not the issue. I think that CAISO didn't have enough strong arguments to justify needs for imbalance reserve down. In many meetings, people are kind of asking questions, and I think they need to have stronger arguments to justify needs for imbalance reserve down, especially if they want to insist on implementation of locational imbalance reserve up.
That's really helpful, Sitar. I made a note for myself to think through the interaction as well on the locational and see if that helps. Thank you. I appreciate all of the questions and the feedback. I thank you so much, and thank you, Petter, for participating. I really appreciate it. If there are no more questions, I'd like to move to the conceptual zonal design. And I know this was some, a lot of people were interested in this. I want to caveat that this is the conceptual outline. I'm going to be presenting a more detailed proposal on Tuesday the 7th. So making a plug, I'll be there in person. Please come in person. Let's have some good discussions on kind of finer details, but I think I wanted to get you thinking about it. What are your questions? Send them to me in advance, and we can keep working on refining it between now and then. So let's go to the next slide. This is background on the problems. So I'll skip the first bullet, it's background. I think we understand that. We've had a couple of problems saying the slide. Day-ahead imbalance reserves, though, what is it doing ideally kind of feeds into what is a good design. Hopefully, it will better allow for it would be a new proposed ancillary service product intended to meet operational risks beyond those of the BAL standards that would allow operators to reduce load biasing for imbalance risk. It would provide a lower quality service than any of those BAL requirements. It would be a lower quality service than spin or non-spin. It would also provide better certainty that the ISM cleared physical supply that's being transferred to the real-time market, or conversely, like any uncleared resources, but that have been awarded a must offer, whether that's RA or it is an incremental RUC award, can transfer into real time and will bid economically to provide ramp capability for real-time market needs. Value and compensate resources for their flexibility attributes, so the system will not lose needed flexibility as we transition to our clean energy future. I say SB100, clean energy thing. We performed the benchmarking of ISO RTO design. I went over to address net load uncertainty. It led us to kind of jive on what would be a good starting place for a workable design. Our proposed design is a BAA or intra-BAA zonal design that will, and I want to note, it will we believe it will likely increase the benefits that were identified by Energy Strategies EDAM benefit study. And this is because Energy Strategies assumed a system EDAM-wide imbalance reserve requirement when it produced its results. I want to be really clear on that because I think we've heard some banding around about, oh, but you would lose the benefits. The system benefits are what you see in your EDAM benefit study that was produced by Energy Strategies. In a zonal, a BAA level, or even an intra-BAA zonal level, I do think that will increase overall benefits. Next slide. Conceptual design. Starting with 8 design elements, although next week we'll have more. But to start with the 8 main ones is that first, we would procure expected uncertainty to meet imbalances for when the real-time means expected are greater than the IFM cleared physical supply. Would use dynamic reserve requirements to do so based on probabilistic forecasts of upward uncertainty between IFM and real-time. Number 2, we will address deliverability. Addressing deliverability through a zonal design at either the EDAM BAA or intra-EDAM BAA level, and I will expand on that in my next slide. Third element, BAA operations should have the flexibility to identify the level of reserved locational granularity. What do I mean? The design should allow each BAA to enforce either a BAA or an intra-BAA zone based on your experience and data and all of your expertise in your area's operations. Number 4, the design would allow imbalance reserve bids up to an ancillary services bid cap of $250 per megawatt hour. We will mitigate market power concerns through the bid cap at $250. With the system or zonal requirements, it is expected that we will have sufficient resources to provide the service that is required, which will resolve other like system equivalent market power concerns. Number 5, we will be co-optimizing energy and ancillary services, including a new imbalance reserve product. I mentioned that in our intro and Carrie mentioned this as well, there's been a lot of back and forth on, is this an AS product, is this an energy product, where does it sit in relative priority? This is a very important policy discussion. Our view has been that imbalance reserves is an ancillary service product, albeit a lowest quality service. Given the CAISO's operations in CAISO's market design, we protect ancillary services above energy. So our initial starting proposal is as an AS product to give it the same higher level of protection relative to energy, but lower than all other ancillary services. So imbalance reserve would be the lowest quality AS. Potentially, let's say the scheduling run penalty factor with the soft cap would be less than 2,000 somewhere. And that's because 2,000 is non-spin in the sched run. IR would be higher quality than energy, consistent with our existing policies for treating AS as higher quality. Maybe scheduling run of greater than or equal to 1,800. I did kind of smooth out the equal. I know we need to debate it and talk about it next week. I believe that this might be a good starting place for that more detailed debate. The last thing is just want to be crystal clear that imbalance reserves cannot meet spin, and so there should be no cascading of imbalance reserves in meeting any spin requirements, minimum ancillary service requirements. The 6th element is that we should be determining imbalance reserves marginal clearing price based on the marginal resources opportunity cost and its offer, imbalance reserve offer. The last 2 I think are important for us to talk through more as well next week, which is uplift rules for the differences between an imbalance reserve zonal and a flexible ramping product nodal revenue. And I think that this is a good space to get into more of Seth Cochran from DC Energy's questions on the CRR funding. I'd really like to have more discussions on this design element relative to CRR underfunding risk as well with you. Design element 8 is to develop new uplift rules and processes to disqualify resources or load, depending load responsive, for uplift payments, or potentially to allocate uplift costs when they do not adequately follow dispatch. So this is getting at disincentivizing in our rules in flexibility. Next slide. I've gotten a lot of questions on, well, what do I mean by process? Or what do I mean by going about having the BAAs have more agency in this process? Here is a conceptual timeline for the proposal that we're laying out as a starting place. On a forward basis, each EDAM BAA performs a forward study, let's say seasonal, as an example, to identify deliverability risk to ancillary services, all ancillary services, including the new and balanced reserve lowest quality AS product, to identify if and where there are deliverability risks that could leave any AS or imbalanced reserve stranded. Ideally, predefined zones would be posted to OASIS under our Atlas reference section, so that could be used for mapping purposes. On a daily basis, calculate hourly dynamic reserve requirements for the BAA and each predefined intra-BAA zone using probabilistic forecasts to estimate each EDAM BAA or predefined intra-EDAM BAA zones uncertainty requirements. Prior to the IFM, EDAM BAA operations should have the flexibility to identify whether each EDAM BAA or predefined intra-BAA zones are needed. So this intraday risk assessment that we should be performing would identify next day's expected risk and whether there are deliverability risks that could leave any reserves stranded. If so, operations would identify the more granular zone to enforce instead of, let's say, a larger BAA level requirement to mitigate those risks as a function of the risks that are actually observed. Determine whether BAA or intra-BAA zonal requirements for the predefined zone should be enforced using this assessment. In the IFM timeframe, so now we've moved past our pre-processing, we've done our NPM, moving into IFM. IFM would use applicable dynamic reserve requirement for the enforced zone. If that could be the BAA, could be 2 zones within the BAA, could be something more granular. That's really up to that forward basis where we define those zones to make them eligible to be enforced. In the real-time market, it's important to note that what is the relationship between IR, zonal, and a flexible ramping product is that the FRP requirements will position the zonal reserve capacity, will frankly position energy schedules that can be moved and any additional must offers into the real time at the most optimal location in real time. And this will increase overall benefit. It's because if your locational requirements in the day ahead are situating the requirements at the wrong location, and there's a lot of shuffling in those requirements between day ahead and real time, that is not an efficient market design. And so I know we've had a lot of, there are pros and cons. That would be a big con. We'd have to be very confident in the location of the assignment in day ahead and the mitigating this risk as much as possible in order to have confidence in a locational product. Next slide. I think that's my last slide, actually. So I'm happy to take questions and feedback. This is a starting place for a conceptual design to work on as an alternative that may be able to get traction to address some of these concerns. So please provide feedback, and I will continue working on details between now and next week.
There is a question in the phone.
Hey, this is Michelle Keto from the CPUC again. This is not exactly, it's a little bit directed at you, but also the KISO, and since you're trying to develop this product, I'm still struggling with this idea of a 15-minute product. It seems like uncertainty develops over time. So we literally, if I look at the data that Guillermo and maybe George put together about what this looks like, it looks like a 4,000 megawatt product. And it looks like a 4,000 megawatt product at every single hour. So it's not showing the sort of the growth of the uncertainty over time. And then we're going to measure it based on resources in their 15 minutes dispatchable, which we're not going to have, but those resources could move the entire hour. So I'm really struggling with how this is going to work and how this product is even defined. I think we have to sort of go back to the basics, right?
I think you're right. One thing that I was asked to emphasize, I forgot to emphasize, Michelle, so thank you for your comment, was in the daily basis, starting place is an hourly requirement. We were also concerned when we were looking through a lot of things that what was going to be produced wasn't at least hourly, varying by hour based on that hour's needs. And that was one big thing that we wanted to flag. And I think I heard you kind of tee that up, and just wanted to say I think that we really agree that's an important element.
Okay. I mean, because otherwise we're not really ever going to be able to meet the requirement, because you're only using what's dispatchable in 15 minutes, but it can be dispatchable over an entire hour. So you're cutting it by 4, and then you're defining the requirement. As far as I can tell, it's 4,000 megawatts every single hour. And then the other part of this is that it doesn't cover the RUC adjustments, right? So, I mean, I'll bring this to the next meeting, but when George and Guillermo did the analysis and they showed the IR product, it didn't, I mean, and it certainly didn't cover the imbalance reserve during stress system conditions. Like, it was woefully short. So I feel like we're product that's not really going to do very much for when we want it, which is, you know, during stress system conditions. Otherwise, we're going to be something we don't need, and we're not going to have enough of what we need when we need it. So it just seems so far from perfect. I'm really struggling with this.
I think that's interesting. If I can just share one thing is intriguing to me, and I need to think about it, but I don't think of this product as meeting stress system condition needs. I think, and I agree with you, we are going to continue to see RUC by adjustments of a certain portion. So I think that data that we were asking for earlier would be really helpful. This may change the RUC adjustments. They will not remove them, and how it changes them will be interesting to see.
Right, but where we started was like, ooh, we're making so many RUC adjustments, therefore we have to do something. But yeah. Here you're telling me
that's, I don't believe in that problem statement.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Next question.
Can you hear me? Hi. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh,
yes,
perfect.
We can hear you.
Thank you. So I wanted to kind of quickly go through, and both Kathleen and some reference to Carrie, as well as James, if you want to kind of get a list. I have a little bit of a list of things to maybe suggest for next week. So I think on the downward product, Kathleen, as I said, thank you again for presenting and doing all this work. I know that you have lots of other things going on, so appreciate you digging into that. And I think I was wondering to what degree the KISO could perhaps, I don't know if respond is the right term, but definitely I think, coming up with a parsimonious design, and I think Tara mentioned this also, I'd be very curious to hear some feedback, not now, because I think we're kind of out of time, but perhaps next week when we're in person, what kind of the KISO staff's thoughts are as to why we need the downward product, and kind of what, if we didn't have it, what would we be losing, other than symmetry, perhaps, which don't mean to make light of this, but I would be really interested if something like that, just maybe a response from the KISO staff and some thoughts on that would be really helpful, especially also given Kathleen's effort in this. The other suggestion I had, or perhaps ask, would be I've heard Kathleen, Carrie, and James all reference deliverability. And there was some, different opinions and perhaps disagreements on that. So I think it would perhaps be helpful for us as a stakeholder community to define and get to clarity around what we mean and kind of how we define all of this, just for the sake of this conversation and framing it out. If that would perhaps be something ISO staff could consider, perhaps that might be helpful. The other thing is I've heard, I think James mentioned earlier in his presentation kind of the FRP product and his statements that it was designed in a very similar fashion as the IRP product. And obviously it just went into live, forget how many days ago, short period of time. And obviously we do not yet have the data to opine on whether or not it's working effectively or not. I was curious if perhaps the KAISO staff could at least give some thought about when and how we might know how the FRP product is actually working, recognizing that we might need a lot more data, and open to hearing that that might be after the summer. Just, I think sometimes having a plan in place, and maybe I'd be interested in your all's thoughts on what the art of possible might look like there. I think that would be very illustrative from a design perspective. I also heard Carrie mention that some of the conversations around the delays in the FRP implementation, that it was hard. As somebody who has not worked at the KAISO, I don't have the benefit, and I would assume many of the other stakeholders do not either, to kind of understand the inner workings of the KAISO and some of the concerns that might come from this. I was wondering if the delay in the FRP product, from my understanding at least, that was in part due to some of the other changing priorities. And my fear is that we're hinting towards some technical competency or capability. I don't know, but can maybe the KAISO also just respond to that? That would be helpful. And lastly, I think this discussion that Kathleen correctly kicked off is the conversation, is this a capacity product or an energy product? And I may misremember at this point, if so, forgive me. I feel as though that the KAISO had previously stated that this would be treated like an energy product, and we're now seemingly talking about it more just like a capacity product. So perhaps a little bit of a conversation around what is the intent, how do we know what it is, how should we treat it? I think perhaps for the in-person workshop would be helpful to some of us stakeholders, myself included, principally to who have not had the benefit of really being engaged in this kind of long ongoing process. And from Pacific Core's perspective, we're really interested in the side-by-side comparison of the two, the zonal and the nodal. Understand that there's a lot of very complex pieces here. And I understand that the KAISO and also others have already been working perhaps on how best to present that as part of the workshop. So any work that might be going along those lines that uses a rubric or design criteria that can help the stakeholder community more clearly evaluate the proposals and kind of get away. Everybody views their opinion in a very passionate fashion, and I fully appreciate this, but I can tell you, at least from our perspective, we're really looking, and we're excited that we were granted additional time by the board to look into those two things. But I do believe that we need to have the KAISO put forth a framework of kind of a disciplined and principled review of the two methodologies along some, and I think Kathleen has already presented some here, and perhaps Carrie has as well. So just to the degree that that work is ongoing, I'm appreciative of the effort that will take ahead of time. I'm very sorry. I know I've taken a lot of time and said a lot. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thanks, Kirsten. This is James from the ISO, and I've jotted down those suggestions, and we can work on making sure we fill in some time. And one of the reasons why we didn't put on the slide and agenda necessarily for the 7th and 8th, although, you know, between DISTRA and WPTF and the ISO, we're coordinating on, and Southern California Edison actually is another entity that's planning to make a presentation next week. We're coordinating on, you know, how to work out the agendas on the 7th and 8th, but it was purposely flexible to ensure we had time to pivot based on how this conversation went today. And so we'll keep those things in mind in our planning.
I think it's me now to do a quick wrap up. This is Carrie Bentley, WPTF again. So we have a proposal that's right in line with the comments just made by Kirsten. So we would like the CAISO to move forward almost exactly as she said. And we have a proposal for how to do that. We call it separate, benchmark, and compare. Next slide, please. So what we'd like the CAISO to do is separate general DAME design decisions that still need to be made or are details that still need to be get into, and separate that from the framework decisions and impact. So you'll have, you know, all this list that you'll get from stakeholders on how much you have to do. That's just general. And then moving on to the framework, you'll benchmark how well the framework meets the goals of DAME, and then you'll get into a comparison of these different elements. So next slide. So these are posted online, so I won't go into them in detail, but this is just our list. Downward, for example, is number 1 on our list, justifying the need for it. That needs to be done absent what framework path you go down. Likewise, the demand curve issues, storage provision and the IRP constraints, ROC market power mitigation, all these things are completely separate from which framework you end up going down. Eventually, you may have additional design considerations, but they should be looked at independently. Next slide, please. Next slide again. So this is our template for how you would benchmark it. You would have the goals on the left. You would say, does the nodal do it? Does the zonal do it? And then you would just have a quick consideration for each of them. And this would just show, are you even meeting your goals? And what has to happen for that framework to meet those goals? And then next slide. And then on the comparison, that's more when you would say, how well are these different frameworks meeting those goals? How well are they performing against each other in, you know, market, reliability, regulatory attributes? Next slide. So here's our proposed template for that. And so you would have a zonal and nodal, and then ideally an ultimate initial proposal. And so this is my example you'd have for reliability, ancillary service deliverability. And I started to fill it out. You would just have an overview of how well the different frameworks meet that. You would suggest analysis needed. You would talk about the importance of the issue. And then considering all that, you know, you would say, okay, I've evaluated X, Y, and Z, and I've determined these outcomes, and therefore this is our proposal. And you would do that with each element. And that way stakeholders could clearly see why you were going in a certain direction. And what, you know, the CAISO believed were the different importance of, you know, AS deliverability versus CRR market shortfall. And so that's our next slide, please. And so that's our proposal for the CAISO to really just clearly upfront acknowledge the importance of the day-ahead market and the need to consider broader implications, do upfront analysis, and then evaluate the trade-offs. And then by the end, this is a very specific ask, and that's by the end of the March workshops, have a strategy and plan to move DAME forward that stakeholders can comment on. So ideally, the last day of the workshop, you know, March 8th, I think it is, you'd be able to present and say, okay, here's the analysis we're going to do. We're going to use WPTF's template, or we have this other template we're going to use. Here are the things we're going to evaluate, and we're going to bring this back to you stakeholders by X date. So a really clear path forward. That's all I have. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Carrie. And let me just go through our final slides here. They just cover our next dates for our workshops. So we have one next Tuesday and Wednesday. So we did update the time of the Tuesday workshop. So we will now begin at 9 a.m. and go until 4 p.m. And that workshop is offered at the ISO as well as online. Same thing with March 8th. We'll start at 9, go to noon. And then again, that's offered in person at the ISO as well as online. And then we have the MSC meeting on March 10th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. and that's a virtual meeting. And then we will be taking comments on all 3 of the workshops, and you can submit comments using the template that will be available on the initiative webpage, and those comments will be due on March 24th. So before I close things out, James, did you have anything else to add before we conclude?
No, I'd just like to thank all participants, including our panelists, for their time and discussion today, and looking forward to continuing next week.
Yeah. Thank you all for your participation today, and thanks to Carrie and Kathleen, and I hope you all have a great rest of your evening.
That concludes today's conference. Thank you for using Event Services. You may now disconnect.